Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagudia. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Done. Let's start. So let's start the discussion today. Yesterday we started with the concept of budgeting. I hope you remember it. We started with the concept of budgeting. Now, what's a budget? Budget is an exercise that is conducted by the government, annual exercise conducted by the government, wherein government is going to provide you the details of the expenditures as well as the income sources. Right? As per the Constitution of India, there is no article mentioned in the Constitution using the term budget. There is one article, however, Article 112, and that Article 112 basically says government has to provide annual financial statement. Annually, annual financial statements have to be provided by the government. Under this power itself, Government of India announces the budget annually. Now, next, whenever you use the term budget, there are two concepts, or let's say there are various bills in the budget. The two very important bills in the budget are one, the idea of appropriation bill. Second one is the idea of the finance bill. Appropriation bill will give you all the details of the money that will be spent by the government by withdrawing from Consolidated Fund of India. And the finance bill will give you all the information related to the income sources, from whichever sources the income will be generated by the government. Then we have discussed what is gender budgeting, what is outcome budgeting, right, and etc. Then we started with the concept of the process of preparation of the budget. And I told you very simply, do not by heart the process, but remember, it is the Ministry of Finance. I repeat, it is the Ministry of Finance. And within the Ministry of Finance, the authority, the department that is responsible for all of this is the Department of Economic Affairs. And within the Department of Economic Affairs, there is a budget division. So the process we have discussed, then the budget is introduced in the parliament, the general discussion will happen, standing committees are made, then the reports are submitted, then the bills are passed in the parliament, that is from Lok Sabha to Rajya Sabha, then to President of India. Once the President of India gives the signature, the Government of India is allowed to withdraw the money now. Then we started the discussion on the concept of the concepts basically related to the sides of the budget. What are the sides of the budget that we have discussed yesterday? The sides of the budget are one, the revenue side in the budget and the capital side in the budget. Revenue side basically means anything to do with the government expenditure as well as the income during the day-to-day government activities. During the day-to-day government activities, how much government will spend money and collect money. That is revenue side. And I told you there is no creation of assets under the concept of revenue. But on the other side, if you look at the capital side, capital will always discuss about assets and liabilities. Either the assets are changing, that is increasing or decreasing. Liabilities are also decreasing or increasing. That is basically the component under the concept of capital. Then using all of this, we have discussed the revenue deficit, effective revenue deficit, the budget deficit, monetization of the deficit, then the fiscal deficit as well as the primary deficit. So 6 types of deficits I've discussed, and I've also told you clearly all the 6 we are not using now. We are using only 4. 2 of them we have discontinued. Monetized deficit we don't use. The component of monetized deficit we don't use. The component is not used for a very simple reason. It causes a lot of inflation in the market. We have also discontinued the idea of budget deficit. Then we have discussed the idea of a public debt. Public debt. Public debt basically is the idea wherein it represents how much is the total borrowings of the government. How much is the total borrowing that the government of India has to pay. But I told you clearly, there is one component called as a public debt. There is another called as a public account. And the third one is called as extra budgetary resources. The total liability of government of India will be sum of all the 3. But what is the basic idea? Public debt means how much government of India will have to repay from the consolidated fund of India. That is basically charged on consolidated fund of India. That is basically the concept of the public debt. Then there is a public account. In case of public account, the government is the authority which is held responsible because in the name of the government, various deposits are collected. Right, that is public account. Right, and for public account, government of India doesn't have to take any permission of the parliament. And finally, after that, we have discussed the concept of the extra budgetary resources. For example, the off budget liability, off budget borrowing. In case of off budget borrowing, government will not borrow directly. Instead of the government, one more authority of government of India will borrow from the market, spend it. But the ultimate liability of the repayment is done by the government. That's the reason we will count it also as a part of total liability. Then we have discussed FRBM, Fiscal Responsibility Budget Management. FRBM Act, which has come into force from 2003. 2003, under this we want to reduce the fiscal deficit to 3% of GDP. We want to reduce the revenue deficit to 0% of GDP. Annually, we will have to reduce the FD by 0.3% and RD by 0.5%. The deficits are allowed to exceed the targets only under certain circumstances. For example, I told you, if there is a recession in the economy, if there is a war, if there is a damage to the agriculture sector, in only certain situations, the target should be allowed to exceed, right, or whatever was the predetermined number. Reserve Bank of India must not subscribe, directly purchase the G securities from government. This is where we have stopped yesterday. Let's continue. Under the FRBM Act, of 2003, Government of India will also have to submit 3 separate documents to the Parliament. I'll repeat the statement here. Under FRBM Act, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003, Government of India also has to submit 3 additional documents. What are the 3 additional documents? One, macroeconomic framework statement. Second one is fiscal policy strategy statement. And the third one is medium term fiscal policy statement. This is my advice to all of you. Please by heart it. I'll tell you, but please by heart it. So the government of India has to submit 3 additional documents to the parliament. One is macroeconomic framework statement. Second one is fiscal policy strategy statement. Third one is medium term fiscal policy statement. Let's start. Macroeconomic framework statement. What is given in this statement? Government will provide what could be the estimated growth for the next 1 year. And this is my advice to all of you. Please watch the budget when it is presented next year. Don't worry about this year's budget. It's of no use for you. Next year, when you're writing the exam, if you're writing the exam, now some of you will ask, right, even after this, some of you will ask, sir, what if I'm writing exam in 2027, 2026? Then my dear, please watch the budget of that year. In whichever you're writing the exams, please use that year's budget. So that year's budget, please understand this. In that year's budget, you will definitely say that the finance minister will say what could be the expected growth in the next 1 year. That is the next financial year. What could be the expected growth rate? Now, for what reason is the finance minister saying this? What is the reason? Why is the finance minister telling you what could be the industrial growth rate? What could happen to the banking sector? What could happen to the GDP growth rate in the next 1 year? The government is supposed to provide all the information because of the FRBM document. Is the logic okay with all of you? Because there is a compulsion on the government, because there is a FRBM Act, government, that's the finance minister, has to tell you what could be expected growth rate, what could happen in the agriculture sector, what could happen in the industrial sector, etc., etc., etc. That is called as macroeconomic framework statement. Second, fiscal policy strategy statement. fiscal policy strategy statement. Now, what is this idea of a fiscal policy strategy statement? Fiscal policy strategy statement simply will give you what is the focus area of government in the next 1 year. In the next 1 year, what will be the focus area of government? What will be the strategy area for the government? For example, Government of India might simply say next year our focus areas will be 5 areas: healthcare sector, digital transactions, or let's say promotion of recovery in the economy, etc., etc., etc. Any problem with this? Strategic priorities of the government in the fiscal area relating to taxation, expenditure, investment, pricing, borrowings, etc. What are the strategy areas for the government in the next 1 year? Those strategy areas will be discussed in the second statement. Then there is a third statement, medium term fiscal policy statement. Medium term fiscal policy statement. Now I'm using a term here, 3-year rolling target. 3-year rolling target. Now let me start with the term rolling target here, then we'll come back to the statement. Now imagine you're the finance minister. Follow this very carefully. Imagine you're the finance minister. When you're announcing the budget, you will say that for the financial year 24, fiscal deficit will be 6.4%. Was it the target or not? If you've read the newspaper, this is there in the discussion today. For financial year 25, right, you'll simply say, I want to reduce it to 5.9%. Just hypothetical number. For financial year 26, I want to further reduce it to 5.4%. Now, what you have done, for 3 years, I repeat, for 3 years, you have given estimates. For 3 years, for fiscal deficit, you have given estimates. Again, hypothetical number. Don't start correcting me. Sir, it should be this much, it should be this much. You have read? Very good. I'm happy. But I'm just giving you a hypothetical example. Now, imagine these are the data, these are the targets that you have given, right? This year, that is when you announced of the budget on the 1st of February 2023. Now, right now, next year, don't you think, let's say you are in the January 2024, you are in February 2024, don't you think these numbers, you'll have to adjust all of them? Will there be a requirement or not? Again, possibility is there or not? Just let me know. Right? Don't you think in 1 year something would have changed? Now you might simply say 6.4% may not be possible. You may simply write it as 6.6%. Hypothetical, again, hypothetical example. 5.9% is not possible. You will revise it to 6.1%. 5.4% is not possible. So you will automatically revise it also to 5.6%. Now, can I simply say that what you're doing is you're continuously adjusting your targets. Let me know. You are continuously adjusting the numbers. Continuously you are changing the numbers, and this will happen. Why? Do you know in the next 1 year, will there be a third round of pandemic or not? Let me know. Are you sure in the next 1 year, Russia and Ukraine war either will go, right, become much worse, or will the intensity reduce? Are you sure of anything out of this? Absolutely no. And because of those kind of things, don't you think whatever targets you have given for 3 years, they will generally give it for 3 years like this, you'll have to keep on revising these targets. And because you're continuously changing these are called as rolling targets. Any problem in understanding why it is called as a rolling target? Continuously, that is periodically, based on what is the situation, in the economy, you will keep on chopping and changing these targets. Hence, these are called as a rolling target. Right? Now, let me know, if I simply say a plan where you will keep on changing the plan very often, can I call this as a rolling plan? You'll come across a term called as a rolling plan. Not now. When I start discussing planning, you'll come across the term called as rolling plan. That is, imagine you're the prime minister. 515, congrats, you have become the prime minister now. Imagine you are the prime minister. You have made a plan for 10 years for Indian economy. Just hypothetical example, 10 years. After 1 year is over, you'll automatically change based on your experience. You will change the plan for next year. After 2 years are over, based on your experience, you will change the plan for the third year. Now, because of a continuous change in the plan, can I call this as a rolling plan or not? Answer is yes, by the way. You can simply refer to this as a rolling plan. Remember the term rolling plan, not today. We will use it again when I take up planning. Okay, now come back to this. So, whenever the budget is announced by the government, the finance minister has to provide 3-year rolling targets for these parameters. For these parameters, fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, primary deficit, tax resources, non-tax resources, the debt of the central government, right? The debt of the central government, right? So that is the basic idea of a medium-term fiscal policy statement. So 3 statements are there. As far as I'm concerned, UPSC may not enter into the details of it. What are the components, etc. But yes, previously UPSC had asked a question: which of the following statements are published by the government under FRBM? Under FRBM, these 3 statements are published by the government. Done. So these are certain important points. Now come to the next. NK Singh committee recommendation. NK Singh committee recommendation. Now I can use the term NK Singh committee recommendation, or I can also say FRBM review committee. FRBM review committee. Why this is called as a FRBM review committee? Understand the history here. I'll just give you a background point. The FRBM Act was introduced from 2003. Now you are in 2023. Don't you think what are the provisions of the FRBM Act? You need to revise some of them. Does it make sense or not? FRBM Act came into force from 2003. Now you are in 2023. Don't you think, right? Forget about 2023. Let me say 2017, 2016. Don't you think because the FRBM Act is 15 years old or 14 years old, assuming you are in 2018, there is a need to have a revisit. There is a need to review the FRBM Act. And that is exactly what was done by the government. The finance minister was Mr. Arun Jaitley, and one committee was set up, NK Singh committee. Mr. NK Singh was the chairman of the committee, hence referred to as NK Singh committee. It is also referred to as FRBM review committee. Now, what were the recommendations done by this FRBM review committee? First one, they recommended introducing a new bill, draft debt management and fiscal responsibility bill. They said that FRBM is there, let's introduce a new bill, debt management and fiscal responsibility bill. Second point, under FRBM, the target was given generally for RD and FD. Agreed? Under the FRBM, the target was given for RD and FD. RD should be brought down to 0%. FD should be brought down to 3%. That was the target given. We were not able to achieve it. Now, in addition to the RD and FD will still remain target. In addition to RD and FD, the NK Singh Review Committee also recommended that we should reduce the public debt of both the central government as well as the state government. We should reduce the debt of the central government as well as the state government. Now, I hope remember the concept of the public debt. So, RD should be reduced, FD should also be reduced, and public debt should also be reduced. How much? Please have a look at the table here. Do not by heart the table. Please don't by heart the table. Why? I'll tell you. Please look at the table here. Financial year 23 was the target, and the recommendation was the debt to GDP ratio should be brought down for the central government to 38.7% of the GDP. The revenue deficit should be brought down to 0.8% of the GDP, and the fiscal deficit should be brought down to 2.5% of the GDP. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. As per the recommendation of the committee, they gave the target and stated that we should be reducing the central government debt to 38.7% of the GDP. The revenue deficit should be brought down to 0.8% of the GDP, and the fiscal deficit should be brought down to 2.5% of the GDP. Now, you please tell me, we are in the financial year 23 or financial year 24? Think of this. Are we in the financial year 23 or financial year 24? We are in the financial year 24, or some of us saying 23. My dear, we have officially entered into June now. 1st of June, financial year 24. Right after 1st of April, we are in the financial year 24. So already financial year 23 is over. We have crossed. Are we able to meet these targets? Did we achieve these targets? Have you read newspapers? Right, newspaper, if you have read today's newspaper itself, you will know that fiscal deficit target is more than 6%. Fiscal deficit target is more than 6%. So, argument is simple. Targets were given. We have not been able to achieve these targets. And there is a reason for it. Don't say, sir, government is bad, etc., etc. Don't give political answers. Reason is very simple. Thanks to pandemic, Government of India's borrowings have increased. The state government borrowings have increased, and that has also led to higher revenue deficit as well as fiscal deficit. Any problem in understanding this? During the pandemic, central government borrowed more, state governments also borrowed more. Revenue deficit increased, fiscal deficit also increased. And that's a precise reason we have not been able to meet these particular targets which were given initially by the N.K. Singh Review Committee or N.K. Singh Committee FRBM Review Committee. Now, what was the target in case of the debt of the government? The target was that 60% should be the total debt of the center as well as the states. The total debt of the center plus states should be brought down to 60%. And for the center, the target that was given was 40% of the GDP. And for the states, the target that was given was 20% of the GDP. So center was supposed to reduce the debt to 40% of GDP, and states were supposed to reduce the debt to 20% of the GDP. And if you come across any data which you don't have to buy it, next year's economic survey, please buy it. Right now, the center plus a state, the debt is more than 80 to 85%. It is more than 80 to 85%, very, very high. To achieve the target, yearly targets have been proposed, and these will be progressively reduced over a period of time, right, so as to meet the final target of 38.7%, 0.8%, 2.5%, which are respectively the debt of the center, revenue deficit and fiscal deficit targets. Next, it also recommended a new authority. The committee recommended that new authority must be set up, and the name of the authority will be Fiscal Council, Autonomous Fiscal Council. And what do you mean by the term autonomous here? Autonomous simply means independent. The term autonomous simply means independent. Now, what would be the role of this Fiscal Council? Again, we do not have it. Government of India says we may not have the Fiscal Council. But what was the proposal provided? What did the committee say? The Fiscal Council will be responsible for preparing multi-year target forecast. The council will keep on providing important inputs to the government. For example, whether the policies of the government will help it in reducing the deficit, or the policies of the government will increase the deficit incurred by that. Right? So that is the basic idea. Improving the quality of the data collected by the government, recommending the changes to the fiscal strategy followed by the government, right? Advise the government if there are any conditions using which they can deviate away from the target, right? How can you deviate away from the target? For example, right, I told you this yesterday also. If there is a war, right, if there is a war, if there is a recession, so are there any conditions which are existing in the market using which government can deviate away, can take an exemption and have a higher revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, etc.? advising the government to take corrective action if there is a non-compliance with the targets given in the bill. So these were supposed to be done by the Fiscal Council, but again I'll repeat it, we do not have a Fiscal Council. We do not have a Fiscal Council. Okay. Next, the grounds under which government can deviate from the targets that they have given. For example, imagine Government of India has put a target of 6.4%, fiscal deficit target of 6.4%. Now, under what circumstances can you deviate away from the achieving the target of 6.4%? Right? They have given the conditions here. If there is a consideration of national security, if there is a war, right? If there are national calamities, etc., etc., etc. Right? So structural reforms are implemented, and that will, right, have a huge impact on the economy. It will lead to slowdown in the economy. It will lead to, let's say, lesser revenues earned by the companies. Right? There is a decline in the real output. Real output, of course, I hope you understand now. Real means adjusted for inflation. If the real GDP of the Indian economy falls down, declines, contracts by at least 3%, then automatically, right, government will be allowed to deviate away from the target. Okay. The committee also has recommended that 15th Finance Commission should be asked to recommend the debt trajectory for individual states. What should be the debt trajectory? Debt trajectory means, should we reduce it from 6.4% to 5.9%? 5.9% to 5.4%? This is called as a trajectory, path. Trajectory is nothing but path. So in what way we should be reducing the debt of the states? 15th Finance Commission should give a recommendation to the states. That is one of the recommendation given by NK Singh Committee, or else also referred as FRBM Review Committee. Done? Can we go to the next now? Please have a look at it. Do not by heart everything. Please do not by heart everything. Okay. Anything else? Can we go forward now? Okay. Next, idea of a public debt. What is 15th Finance Commission? Have patience. I'll go to 15th Finance Commission. I'll discuss. Have patience. Right. Public debt is basically the liability that the government of India will have to repay, which is a charge on the Consolidated Fund of India. Yesterday we have discussed this. I hope you remember it. What is a public debt? It basically represents how much money the government of India will pay by taking the money from Consolidated Fund of India. That is called as public debt. Out of the overall debt, that is basically the central government as well as the state government, majority of the debt is of the central government only. Majority of it is of the central government. That is generally, if you see, 70% of the total debt, total means a center plus a state, 70% of this is from the central government side. And that makes perfect sense. Why? Central government has a lot of responsibilities, will have to spend a lot of money, hence will keep on borrowing more. Out of the central debt, only a fraction of it is external. If you remember it, I told you this. Around 5% of the total debt of the central government, around 5% of the debt of the central government, it is external in nature. And remaining 95% is internal in nature. Now, this is generally taken as a positive aspect. It is generally considered as a positive aspect. I'll tell you why. Imagine you've borrowed, right? I'll take simple examples here. Imagine you're borrowing. Example 1, you've borrowed $100 from the international market. Example 2, you've borrowed, right, let's say 200 rupees from the domestic market. Now, please tell me, don't you think because you've borrowed in terms of dollars, you don't have the right or you do not have the authority to print dollars, which means you will have to basically purchase the dollars in order to pay these dollars back? Let me know. Does it make sense or not? You do not have the authority to print dollars in India. Don't say, sir, I've got a printer, I've got machines, I'll start printing dollars. That is illegal, criminal activity, by the way. Right? So you need to pay $100 because I've written 100 and 200. Because if I were to ask you, which is better, Borrowing $100 or borrowing 200 rupees? Most of you looking at 200 rupees would have jumped and said, "Sir, 200 rupees is very bad. $100 is good." Wrong answer. $100 external debt. External debt. You need to purchase the dollars and pay the dollars back. Right? Whereas rupees, can you print rupees in India or not? Let me know. Can you print rupees in India or not? Of course, yes. Right? In extreme situation, there's a danger that it will cause inflation. I understand. There is a danger that it will cause inflation. But in extreme, if there is no other option left out, can we choose to print and supply more and more rupees? Possibility is there. But on the other hand, you cannot print dollars. You do not have the right to print dollars. And that is the first point. Second point is this. Understand this carefully. And again, some of you will simply say, "Sir, is there any solution then?" There is one more solution. For example, imagine you have to repay 200 rupees. One possibility is that the rupees will be printed. The rupees will be printed, supply will increase, there is a danger of inflation. But there is a solution to this also. Can Government of India increase the tax rate, collect more amount and repay the loan? Let me know. Can Government of India, right, increase the tax rates, collect more amount of revenue, use it to make a payment? Of course, yes. That's the reason. Please remember this. Suddenly UPSC will ask you a statement like this. Think of it and let me know whether this statement is correct or wrong. If the debt of the government consistently remains very high, there is a possibility that government might increase tax rates. Let me know. If the debt of the government remains consistently very high, there is a possibility that government might increase the tax rates. Possibility is there or not? Of course, yes, possibility is there. Okay. So these are the kinds of statements that UPSC might ask you. Please don't get confused. Now, second problem I'll tell you. When you're borrowed in terms of dollars, I'll tell you what is the second problem. Have a look at this. Today you will borrow from external market. Let's say exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. I'll repeat the statement. Today, let's say you take $1 loan, exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees, which means you want to purchase $1, you will have to pay 50 rupees. You want to, right, you have 50 rupees, or you, let's say you have $1, you can sell $1, get 50 rupees from the market. That is basically the idea of exchange rate. Now you have borrowed $1. Next year, you're supposed to make a repayment and exchange rate is like this. $1 is equal to 60 rupees. Now please tell me, will your liability be higher or not? Will you pay more in terms of rupees or not? Simple idea, by the way. Right? Today you borrowed $1 is equal to 50. After 1 year, you're supposed to repay $1 is equal to 60 rupees, which means to get $1, you'll have to give more rupees. That's a concern for you. So when your borrowings in external debt are very, very small, don't you think these kind of risk you will not face? Or they will be very, very minimal. The risk that I explained to you just now, those kind of risk you will not face. They'll be very, very minimal. Second one, the government also has a portfolio of majority long-term or long tenure bond. Important. I'll tell you why. Imagine you take a housing loan from a bank. What would you prefer? Repaying 1 crore rupees after 1 month? Repaying 1 crore rupees after 10 years? Let me know. Repaying that 1 crore rupees after 1 month or 3 months or 6 months, or repaying it after 10 years? Don't you think if you take a loan for a longer tenure, it will provide you certain flexibility? Some of you are saying after 1 month. Why? Right? So those who are saying after 1 month, why? Why do you want to pay after 1 month? Let me know. What is your argument? You want to pay after 1 month. Sir, I don't want to have any kind of a debt. My dear, if that was the objective to begin with, why did you take a loan? Let me know. If your objective was, sir, I don't want to have any kind of a debt, Why did you take a loan in the first place then? I hope you understand, right? So argument is simple. People prefer to borrow, just like government. People prefer to borrow. Government prefers to borrow for longer duration because that will give them flexibility. Flexibility. It will provide lot of flexibility for the government. Because understand the logic here. Today, if government of India borrows money, all the money they have borrowed, they will have to repay in the next 365 days. That is in the next 1 year. Please tell me, are you sure how much revenue you are going to generate in the next 1 year? Let me know. Right? Imagine all the borrowing that the government of India has done. It is through treasury bills. It is only through treasury bills. Are you sure how much money you are going to earn in the next 1 year? Absolutely no. Government doesn't have any exact numbers because these are estimates. That is the reason government will borrow for a longer duration. It will provide them with a lot of flexibility. And those who are saying, sir, interest, trust me, you do not know how the bank will collect interest. Those who are simply saying, sir, right, if I borrow for 1 month and repay it, interest burden will be lesser. Trust me, my dear, you do not know how the interest is calculated in the bank. Again, don't enter into all of that. Just stick to the facts here, more than sufficient. So the government also has most of the portfolio, right, wherein majority of the debt is long term. Borrowing is of long term. The government debt is characterized by low foreign exchange rate risk. Did we discuss this already? It is there right in front of your eyes only. Look at the top, you'll understand. The government debt is characterized by low foreign exchange rate risk. And fourth one, India's public debt is lower than many of the developed countries. Right? So these are certain very, very important points regarding the representation of the public debt in India. Okay? Done? Now, let's enter into the next concept, Finance Commission. Next concept is Finance Commission. Those are asking about interest. Here is a very important point. There is a concept in the banking sector which is called as front loading of the interest. Again, UPC will not ask you this. There's a concept called as front loading of the interest. Front loading means what? The bank very well knows that you might take a loan for 10 years, but you will end up repaying all the loan within 4 years, within 5 years. Now you become a banker. Think of it and let me know. You become a banker, you know that I've taken a loan from you for 10 years, but I'll repay the loan within 4 years. You are very well aware of it, right? Many of you will simply ask, sir, how? That is exactly what the people do. That is generally what the people do. Now you tell me, if you collect EMI, equated monthly installment of 40,000 rupees in a month, in the first month after loan, please tell me, out of this 40,000 rupees, what component will be higher? Will you keep principal higher or interest higher? If you don't trust me, ask your parents. They will tell the pain of it. If you're a banker, if you will collect a EMI of 40,000 rupees in the first month, will you keep the principal amount higher or interest amount higher? My dear, bank will keep interest amount very high. Interest amount will be very, very high. Trust me, right? If you cannot trust me, please ask your parents. They will tell you. And the reason is very simple. Right? Have a look at this. In 10 years, I'll just take a simple example. Again, UPSC will not ask you this. I'll take only 1 minute so that others will simply not say you're wasting my time. In 10 years, imagine you're paying 10 lakh rupee interest. In 10 years, imagine the borrower pays 10 lakh rupee interest. Bank will not collect interest 1 lakh rupee every year. They will never do that. What they will do is, out of 10 lakh rupees, they will end up collecting most of it in the beginning. Most of it they'll end up collecting in the beginning itself. Why? After 4 years, you will close the bank loan account, which means the bank has already collected a huge amount of interest. That is how the banks will work. Okay, again, don't worry about all of this. UPSC will not ask you all of this. Don't worry. Now come back to this. Finance Commission. Concept of Finance Commission. Now, Finance Commission is a constitutional authority. Point number one. It should be very simple, straightforward to you. Finance Commission is a constitutional authority. Constitutional authority means what? In the Constitution of India, there is one article. There is one article which will mention this authority. So, in the context of Finance Commission, which is the article? Article 280. Point number one. Point number two. The Finance Commission is established or set up once every 5 years. Once every 5 years. It is published. It is set up once every 5 years. In fact, the Constitution of India simply says it has to be set up by the president once every 5 years or whenever there is a need. Whenever the need arises. Whenever the need arises. Done. This is exactly what is given in the Constitution. The Finance Commission is consisting of 5 members. One is the chairperson or the chairman, and the remaining are 4 members. Apart from this, secretary is there, etc., etc. But the composition as per the Constitution is 1 plus 4. One is the chairman, 4 are members. For example, right now, the Finance Commission whose recommendations are applicable is a 15th Finance Commission. I repeat, right now, the commission whose recommendations are applicable is 15th Finance Commission. And the time period for which the recommendations are applicable are from 2021 to 2026. The time period for which the recommendations are applicable will start from 2021 till 2026. And the chairman of 15th Finance Commission is Mr. N.K. Singh. Do you remember the name of this person? The chairman of 15th Finance Commission is Mr. N.K. Singh. The same person who chaired the FRBM review committee. Done? Now, what are the terms of references? That is, under what the recommendations are supposed to be given by the Finance Commission to the government. The first one is very important. Distribution of taxes between the center and the states. Now, let me take your memory back by, let's say, 5 or 6 classes. We discussed the concept of divisible pool of taxes. Do you remember that? We discussed the concept of divisible pool of taxes. What is that? I said central government, under the powers given to it under Schedule 7 of Indian Constitution, will impose and collect lot of taxes, direct as well as indirect taxes. Now, whatever money is imposed and collected by the central government, I'll simply call this as divisible pool. Divisible pool of taxes. But very important point, I've mentioned this earlier in the taxation. Divisible pool does not include, it excludes cesses and surcharges. It excludes cesses and surcharges. Next point. Now, how this money, that is a divisible pool, that is money basically, how this money should be distributed. For this purpose, we appoint a Finance Commission. To recommend how the money should be distributed, we appoint Finance Commission. Now, Finance Commission first will recommend how much of the divisible pool will go to the central government and states. How much of the divisible pool will go to the central government and the states. Next point. This recommendation between the center and state, this is called as vertical devolution formula. This is referred to as vertical devolution formula. Okay. Now imagine, I'll take a simple number. Imagine the Finance Commission says 40% of the central divisible pool, right? 41% of central divisible pool should be given to the states. 41% should be given to states and remaining 59% should be given to center. Now, don't you think when 41% will be given to the states, all the states put together, we also require one more methodology which can tell us how much will go to the state 1, how much will go to the state 2, how much will go to state 3, etc., etc., etc. Any difficulty? First is center will impose and collect taxes. All these taxes except cesses and surcharges are called as a divisible pool. And now we appoint a finance commission. Finance commission will tell us how much of this pool will go to center and state. When this formula is given, what is the formula I've written here? 41% should go to states, 59% should go to center. This formula is referred to as vertical devolution formula. And now 41% will go to the states. We have to decide out of this 41%, how much will go to the state 1, state 2, state 3, etc., etc., etc. We need one more methodology. We need one more formula. And this is called as horizontal devolution formula. How many have checked the last week's UPSC paper? Horizontal devolution formula. So one is a vertical devolution formula. Second one is horizontal devolution formula. And the question was asked basically on this. Question in the last Sunday's exam was asked on this. Horizontal devolution formula. Now this is basically the most important function. I repeat, most important function of the Finance Commission. So point number 1, the Finance Commission has to recommend distribution of the taxes. That is how the central divisible pool will be divided. Point number 2, certain grants are provided by the center to the states. I'll repeat the statement. Certain grants means one-sided money, assistance. Certain grants are given by the center to the states. But on what basis should the center provide these grants to the states? The principles on which the grants should be given by the center to the state, that will also be recommended by the Finance Commission. And I'll give you examples. Have patience. What should be the measures which are required to increase the collection within the consolidated fund of the states? I'll repeat the statement here. What should be the methodologies that we use to increase the collection in the consolidated fund of states? This is for states, not consolidated fund of India. And finally, if there is any other measure, any other term that is referred by the president, that is Government of India, to the Finance Commission, they will have to give a recommendation on that. Right? So these are the terms of references which have been provided as per the Constitution of India. Next important point. Whatever are the recommendations of the Finance Commission, these are simply advisories in nature. I'll repeat the statement. Whatever are the recommendations of the Finance Commission, these are advisories in nature. Advisory means what? I'm advising you to read every day. I'm advising you to read newspaper every day. I'm advising you to revise every day. Will you follow it? Let me know. Will you follow it? And many of you will simply say, why? Why should I follow? I will not do that. Right? It is not binding. It is not compulsion. Right? Just like that, apply the logic here. Apply the same logic here. These are simply advisories. These are simply advisories, not compulsory, not a compulsion for the government. Government might simply change the number and they do that. And these are simply recommendations, advisory in nature. Government is not going to bind on all these recommendations. Done? So these are certain important points regarding the Finance Commission. Let me show you a basic breakup of budget this year. Let me know, does it make sense now? Please have a look at this. I'll round off certain components on one side. Tell me, is it related to Finance Commission recommendation or not? This is the one and this is the second one. Agreed? Any difficulty? Please have a look at both of them. Now, as you have discussed the terms of references of the Finance Commission, please look at the two components I've squared off with a red marker. The share of share of the states taxes, right, which will be given to the states in this 1 year. So the transfers, right, that is grants, etc., and other transfers which are recommended by the Finance Commission. So every year when the budget is announced, government will ensure that part of their expenditure, part of the government's expenditure is in the form of taxes distributed with the states, and second, other transfers, grants which are recommended by the Finance Commission. Okay, right? So please remember, these are certain important points regarding the Finance Commission. Now let me come to the current Finance Commission. Right? Understand this very carefully. Right now we have 15th Finance Commission. Right now the recommendations of 15th FC are applicable. But please have a glance. Please look at the evolution. Whenever you talk about Finance Commission, you will have to look at two very important recommendations. One is called as a vertical devolution formula, and second one is called as a horizontal devolution formula. Now, what is the vertical devolution as per the 15th FC? How it has changed? Please have a look at it. 11th Finance Commission recommended 29.5%. 12th Commission increased it by 100 basis points, 30.5%. 13th Finance Commission increased it to 32%. 14th Finance Commission increased it to 42%. And the 15th Finance Commission adjusted this to 41%. Adjusted this to 41%. I'm using the term adjusted for a very simple reason. Please tell me, did the number of states change from 14th Finance Commission duration or the tenure to 15th Finance Commission tenure? Let me know. Did the number of states change or not? Of course, yes. Jammu and Kashmir was made into 2 union territories. That's the reason the 15th Finance Commission stated that because the number of states have reduced, I want to adjust it from 42% to 41%. This is vertical devolution formula. Any difficulty in this? Any difficulty in this? Can I go forward? I'll go to the horizontal devolution formula now. States include UT. My dear, is polity over for you? Let me know. Is the polity over for you? And if it is yes, please tell me who will take care of expenditures of the union territories. Please let me know. Who will take care of expenditures of the union territories? It will be under the central government. And those who are saying, sir, polity is not over, don't worry. It will happen. Please don't worry. Have patience. You will understand that the central government will take care of the union territories. Done? Okay. Next, I'll come back to this. Don't worry. Next one is horizontal devolution. Next one is horizontal devolution. What is the basic idea of horizontal devolution? Whatever amount is allocated, whatever amount is allocated to all the states, now how that should be distributed with all the states. How that should be distributed between all the states. That is horizontal devolution. Now, if you are the finance minister, don't you think there should be a formula for that also? Think of it. Let me know. Don't you think there should be a formula for this as well? For example, let me give a very simple example. Imagine the total divisible pool. Total divisible pool is 100 crore rupees. Because many of you will keep on asking me, as I'm expecting, many of you have already asked, sir, if the recommendations are not to be followed, if they are not compulsory for the center, why have a finance commission? My dear, you please tell me, you are the finance minister now, not prime minister, finance minister now. The divisible pool is 100 crore rupees. And there is no constitutional authority to tell you how you are supposed to distribute. will you distribute any amount of this with all the states? Don't you think there could be a situation where finance minister says, no, I will not distribute? Because nobody to tell me, nobody to recommend anything to me. And even if they distribute, what is the guarantee that they will be fair to all the states? My second question is that, let's say someone will say, sir, how can I do that? Right? I'll be very careful. Right? I'll not make it political. I will distribute. Okay, done. You will distribute. But how can you ensure that you are fair to every state government when you distribute funds? Right? That is the precise reason why vertical devolution formula is given and then horizontal devolution formula is given. And please understand, although this is not binding, please read the newspapers. You will come across articles like this. Some of the states are criticizing the central government. I repeat, some of the states are criticizing the central government because the center is introducing more and more cesses and surcharges. Yes or no? Right? Please check the newspapers. You will come to know. Some of the states are criticizing the central government. Why central government has introduced new types of cesses and surcharges? And if you ask me, sir, why? What is the problem with that? If the central government will introduce new cesses and surcharges like this, imagine, have a look at this. Imagine the tax rate is 30%. I'll just give a simple example. Imagine the tax rate is 30%. The government can increase it to 32% one way, directly increase the tax rate. Directly increase the tax rate. And another way is keep the tax rate same but introduce, let's say, a cess of 2%. Now tell me, don't you think under example 1, because of vertical devolution, horizontal devolution, states would earn more amount of tax devolution here? The states would be getting more amount of tax devolution. But in this case, center will earn more taxes, states will not be earning more tax devolution. Center will earn more, not the states. But the tax rates have increased. The impact of the taxes have increased. So that is the criticism. That's a criticism that many of the southern states are levying against the central government. Right? Because they are increasing the tax burden by adding cesses, by adding surcharges. Cesses and surcharges will go to center. Right? So that is an important point. Please remember this. Now come back to this. What is the horizontal devolution formula? Like every batch I've told in the last 4 to 5 years, I'll give you the same recommendation. By heart this. Simply by heart this. Don't say, sir, question has been asked this year, so they will not repeat it. You do not know UPSC. They might ask the similar question, not the same question, similar question. For example, this year in the UPSC preliminary examination, they gave a question wherein they said, these are some of the parameters in the horizontal devolution. Tell me, apart from these, what other parameters are there? I hope you understand. Apart from these, what other parameters are there? And then they started playing with emotions of the students. Only one is there, only two are there, only three are there, four are there, right? Like this. That's the reason, although the question has been asked, we are still in the 15th FC. I would recommend please by heart along with weightages. Along with weightages, please by heart it. Right? For example, have a look at this. Next year, is there a possibility, again, a question mark, is there a possibility of this kind of a question? What kind of question? They will give you 5 of these parameters. They will ask you to arrange them in descending order of the weightages. They will give you 4 of them. They will ask you to arrange in ascending order of their weightages. Possibility is there or not? Of course, yes, possibility is there. That's the reason my advice to all of you, again, advice to all of you, recommendation to all of you is simply by heart the table. Simply by heart the table. Highest weightage has been given to income distance, 45%. After this, equal weightage, second highest is equal weightage, population 15%, and area is 15%. Third highest is demographic performance, 12.5%. Fourth is forest and ecology, 10%. And the fifth will be 2.5% tax and fiscal efforts. Right, so basically this is the formula that is used in the horizontal devolution. By heart it. Simply by heart it. Done. Many of you are saying, sir, this is not given in the book. Don't worry, it is given in the PPT. By heart it then. Okay. Now, some of you are asking, sir, how this will be useful? Weightages are given. How this will be useful? And some of you are asking, sir, define this, define this. My dear, I'll give a very simple idea. Do not enter into explanation of any one of them. I'll repeat the statement. Do not enter into explanation of any one of them. Don't do PhD here. For example, two of you are asking what is income distance. I'll define it. Have a look at this. I'll define it. Income distance refers to what is the per capita gross state domestic product compared to the topmost state with gross state domestic product. And this has to be calculated with the base year of 2015 and 2016 till 2019. Now, is it useful for you? In exam, is it useful for you? Absolutely no. Do not waste your time. Simply by at the table, go forward. Don't waste your time. Go forward. Now, again, I'll give you one example here. How calculation is done. Please do not by heart it. Please do not by heart it. I'll give a very simple example. Imagine, right? Imagine only two parameters are used. I hope you understand. I want to make it simple for you. I want to make it simple for you. I can take 6 parameters. I can take, let's say, 4 hours, explain to you how they have done it. Right? Because in the Finance Commission, 2 reports are there of 15th Finance Commission. They have given everything. But it is not at all useful for you. That's the reason. Have a look at this. Let's make it simple. Imagine only 2 parameters are there. Population is one of the parameter, which is given the weightage of 40%. Area is the other parameter, which is given the weightage of 60%. Which means if the total transfer to the states, right, basically is 100 crore rupees. Right, have a look at this. If the total transfer to the states is 100 crore rupees, in such cases, right, what we'll do is, we'll divide the 100 crore rupees into 2 parts. That is 40% of it and 60% of it. Okay, 40% of it and 60%. So 40% of 100 crore will be how much? 40 crore rupees. And second, 60% of it will be, right, 60 crore. Any difficulty in the step 1? I'll call this as step 1. I'm dividing 100 crore rupee into 2 components based on the weightages. Any difficulty here? Right? For example, let's say 15th Finance Commission, as per the recommendation of 15th Finance Commission, let's say hypothetically, 1,20,000 crore will be given to all the states. Just think of it. 1,20,000 crore rupees will be given to all the states. Now, 1,20,000 crore, 15% out of it will be taken, kept for population. 15% out of it will be kept for area of the states. 10% of it will be taken out, kept for forest and ecology. Is it okay? Right? This is how it is done. That's the reason I said, let's not take all the 6 parameters. It will simply elongate the discussion and UPSC will not ask you the calculation. Now, for population, how much funds we have allocated? 40 crore rupees. State 1 has 30% of the total population. State 2 has 70% of the population. Take total allocation for population, divide it into 30% and 70%. So 30% of 40 crore will be how much? 12 crore rupees. 70% of 40 crore will be how much? 28 crore rupees. So 12 crore rupees will be given to state 1. 28 crore will be given to state 2. Can I do the same for even area? Let me know. Can I do the same for even area? That is, for area, we have kept aside how much money? 60 crore rupees. For area, total amount of money is 60 crore. State 1 accounts for 20% of the total area. State 2 accounts for 80% of the total area. 12 crore will be given to state 1. 48 crore will be given to state 2. This is how funds under the horizontal devolution formula will be used and the funds will be distributed to respective states. Now let me ask you a very simple question. In this case, there is a population criteria. Population of 2011 census is taken here. Population of 2011 census is taken. Now, is it fair if I say, if you look at all these weightages, the states with very high population will end up getting huge amount of tax devolution? Let me know. Is it fair? Is it okay if I say the states with very high population will end up getting huge amount of tax devolution? Some of you are saying no, my dear, please have a look at it. Please have a look at it. I'll give a very simple example. Uttar Pradesh. Again, I'm not targeting anyone. Uttar Pradesh, in terms of size of the state, is it a small state? In terms of population, is it a small state? And if you look at the weightages which have been given for area as well as population, 30% of the tax devolution goes here only. And because the population is very high in these states, such as Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Maharashtra, don't you think these states will end up collecting huge amount of tax devolution? And that is the criticism here. I hope you understand. That is the criticism. Right? Some of the states which contribute very high to the economy, for example, right, in support of the southern states, this is the argument provided. If you arrange all the states in percentage of GDP contribution, I'll repeat it. If you arrange all the states in India as to how much they contribute to the GDP, southern states contribute very high. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, right, or for that matter, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, again Gujarat also, but Gujarat is not a southern state. Maharashtra, but again it is not a southern state. So argument is very simple. You talk about GDP contribution, states, these states contribute very high. You talk about job generation, you talk about income taxes payment, corporate taxes payment. These states account very, very large in terms of contribution. So don't you think automatically their grievance will be, why is that when it is the tax devolution, our interest is ignored? You are protecting the interest of other states, our interest is ignored. We contribute a lot, but when we get the tax devolution, it will be very, very small. Any issue with this criticism? Please do let me know. This is a valid criticism, of course. This is a valid criticism, right? So this is basically the issue here. So these are the various parameters used in the horizontal devolution. Horizontal devolution. And this is given by the Finance Commission. We are following the same recommendation given by the Finance Commission. Now, if you look at, please have a look at this. If you look at the vertical devolution, right? Vertical, horizontal, two types are there. If you look at vertical devolution here, in the 5 years, that is from 21 to 26, that is for the time period for which the recommendation is applicable, 21 to 26, the total amount of tax that will be devolved, tax collected will be 135 lakh crore rupees. All these are estimates. 135 lakh crore rupees. And out of this, the divisible pool will be 103 lakh crore rupees. Out of this, the divisible pool will consist of 103 lakh crore. And if you apply the formula 41%, if you apply the formula 41%, right, basically the state's share, the share of the states will come at around 42 lakh crore rupees. Around 42 lakh. But apart from the share of the states out of the tax devolution, various grants are also supposed to be given. Do you remember that? Grant in aid. Grants are also supposed to be given. So the grant, if you include that, then total amount of devolution as per the recommendation of the 15th Finance Commission will be 52 odd lakh crore rupees. It will be 52 odd, more than 52 lakh crore rupees, which is around 51% of estimated gross tax revenue collection for the tenure 21 to 26. This is as per the table given by the Finance Commission. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Will this be a guaranteed amount provided by the government to the states? Let me know. This is what Finance Commission has recommended. My question to all of you, will the center guarantee this amount to be given to the states? Answer is no. Why? I've told you the answer already earlier. These are recommendations. These are advisory in nature. These are simply advisory in nature. These are not binding on the government. In fact, in the last couple of years, since we are implementing the 15th Finance Commission, the devolution that has been given by the center to the states, tax devolution, it is never 41%. It is much lesser than 41%. Done? So these are certain important points. Please remember. Please remember this. Finally, one more table. My recommendation, do not by heart this. And I'll tell you the reason as well. My recommendation is please do not by heart it. Just to make a comparison over a period of time, I have given a table. Sir, why I should not by heart this? My dear, please tell me, will you be able to remember recommendations of all the 15th Finance Commissions? Let me know. Right? Do you have so much amount of time? Don't take it as a challenge, by the way. I'm not questioning your by-hearting the capacity. I'm not questioning. I know many of you are eating badam every day morning. Some of you are eating cod liver tablets also to improve your memory. Some of you are doing yoga. Some of you are doing this because somebody has told yoga will improve your memory. Whatever it is, I'm not questioning your memory. But do not by heart it. UPSC will not ask you such a very, very complicated question because there are 15 finance commissions. You will not be able to remember all of them. You will end up making a mistake one or the other way. So don't waste your time. What should you observe? These are the observations. Please look at the last column. 15th FC. Please look at the last column. Right? So 15th FC. Earlier in the 14th FC, we took population of 1971 as well as 2011. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Earlier in 14th FC, we took the population, gave weightage for 1971 as well as 2011. But in case of 15th FC, it is purely 2011 population. Okay, it is purely 2011 population. Can this be asked in the form of a statement? Think of it. Can it be asked in a form of statement? Yes. Right? Second one is demographic performance. In the earlier finance commissions, that is 12th, 13th, 14th, demographic performance had no weightage whatsoever. But now, demographic performance has been given a weightage of 12.5%. It has been given a weightage of 12.5%. This also can be asked in the form of statement by UPSC. Please be very careful. Earlier, income distance was given a weightage of 50%. That is in the previous FC. Now, it has been adjusted to 45%. Right? Earlier, the forest was given a weightage of 7.5%. Now, forest and ecology has been given a weightage of 10%. Right? So, all these are right. The differences between the 14th FC as well as the 15th FC can be asked by UPSC. Please by heart it. Now, as expected, despite saying this, many of you are asking questions on this. Sir, what is FND? FND means forest and ecology. Forest and ecology. And forest and ecology is decided based on the canopy that is present in the states. How much canopy is present in the states? Now tell me, should you go to the geography encyclopedia and start reading how do you define canopy? Think of it. Right? Sir, what is demographic performance? Total fertility rate. Total fertility rate, TFR, right? Total fertility rate that will be used, right, in defining what is demographic performance. Right? Income distance, I've already told you. Right? So again, that's a reason. Don't enter into all of it. These are very, very complicated concepts. Simply by heart it. Same thing I told even the previous year batch. I told them simply by heart this table. right? And this was asked in this year's UPSC. So simply by heart some tables which I've marked with star, by heart and go forward. Don't waste your time. Okay, done. Shall I go to the next one? Shall I go to the next one? Now, grant in aid. Apart from, again, despite saying this, right? Despite saying this, again, you're asking the questions. Don't enter into all of it. Income distance, I know the concept. For you, it is not required. You don't have to read it at optional level. Simply by heart it and go forward. Right? So 15th FC, there are also other grants. Other grants which are provided by, which are recommended by the Finance Commission, which are to be provided by the center to the state. Now let's start. Revenue deficit grant. What do you mean by revenue deficit grant? You please tell me. Do you remember the concept of revenue deficit? Let me know. Do you remember the concept of revenue deficit or not? Just like the central government having a revenue deficit, will the states also have revenue deficit? Does it make sense or not? Just like the center, even the states will have revenue deficit. But please tell me, don't you think how much revenue capacity is there will differ, will change from one state to another state? I'll repeat the statement. How much revenue generation capacity is there will differ from one state to another state. There are certain states which have very high industrialization, and there are certain states which do not have sufficient number of industries. The income per capita is very low. The terrain is also very, very difficult. Industries cannot grow there. Now, don't you think in such states, government should provide certain grants to reduce the revenue deficit? That is basically the first point. Revenue deficit grant. And please understand, initially it will be given for 17 states. Over a period of time, as we move from 22 to 23, 23 to 24, number of states which are covered from 1 year to next year will keep on changing. It will be reduced. So revenue deficit grant is one of the grants which is recommended by the Finance Commission. Next one, sector specific grant for the development of agriculture sector, for maintenance of roads which are constructed under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for promotion of judiciary infrastructure, for promotion of education infrastructure, health infrastructure. For all of this, sector specific grants 1.3 lakh crore rupees for 8 sectors have been recommended. Okay, next, state specific grants also have been recommended. For certain states, certain amount of grants have been given, recommended, not given, recommended by the Finance Commission. Grants to local bodies also have been recommended, right? Local bodies, panchayats, municipalities. So local body grants also have been recommended. And finally, for disaster management purpose, 1.6 lakh crore rupee worth of grants also have been recommended by the 15th FC. Right? Again, my recommendation, please by heart it. Simply by heart it, right? Simply by heart it and go forward. Next one, what about the fiscal roadmap? Right? What about the fiscal roadmap? The states as well as the center should stick to the debt levels recommended under FRBM Act. Under FRBM Act, right, there are recommendations provided. Center should reduce it by this much percentage, right? The RD should be reduced by this much percentage, etc., etc. So Finance Commission says simply follow what is there in the FRBM. Second one, if the states and the center is going for extra budgetary borrowings, please disclose it off. Please make a disclosure regarding extra budgetary resources. Did we discuss this yesterday? Why extra budgetary resources will mask the financial health of the government, right? It is basically hiding what is the actual liability of the government, etc., etc. So that's the reason, disclose what is your extra budgetary resource, and after a certain period of time, eliminate it. Do not utilize the tool of extra budgetary resources. And set up an expert panel to recommend a sound public financial management system. You should have a new system to manage your finances. And for that, set up a committee. Set up an expert panel that will recommend what new system you're supposed to use to have very, very good sound financial management. If you want to understand what is the meaning of the term sound financial management system, let me give a very simple example. Imagine you are the prime minister, and this year you know that for schemes you have spent totally 10,000 crore rupees. Right? Again, I'll repeat the statement here. Imagine you're the prime minister. For the schemes you have spent totally 10,000 crore rupees. Right now, you want to find out of this 10,000 crore, how much funds have gone to all the states. How much did Karnataka get? How much has Uttarakhand got? How much has Himachal Pradesh got? How much to Punjab? How much to Rajasthan? Etc. 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 Point number one. You also want to find out, again this is an example, you also want to find out total 10,000 crore, but how many schemes were covered under this? How many schemes were covered under this? You want information regarding this. Third, you also want to find out how many beneficiaries were covered from which state under the scheme. I hope you understand. Right? If you are the prime minister, don't you want to find and get information for all the 3 points? Let me know. Don't you want to find the information, that is the data for all the 3 points? And some of you will ask me, sir, why? Why do I need the data? My dear, so that you can plan better. So that you can plan, right? Let's say, what is the scheme which is consuming very high amount of money? Which is the state where most of the funds are going into? How many beneficiaries are getting the benefit in state 1, state 2, state 3, etc. You want to find all this information, but how? How can you find all of this information? There is a system which has been introduced by the government, Public Financial Management System. Public Financial Management System. Public Financial Management System. PFMS. Right? This is in short referred to as PFMS. And using the PFMS, the government in real time, that is right now, government can simply get the data for various sets of questions. How many schemes are there? How much funds they are able to utilize? Which state under which scheme is getting how much funds? Which state has a higher number of beneficiaries? How many beneficiaries are there? How much funds has gone to which beneficiary? All of that information, the government of India can easily get it using the public financial management system. Now, can I call this as a sound public financial system? Right? Can I call it as a tool used by the government for sound public financial management or not? Answer is yes, by the way. This is example of it. This is example of it. PFMS is an example of it. Done? So that is one more recommendation. Taxation. In case of taxation, what recommendations have been provided? You'll have to broaden the tax base. First one, you'll have to broaden the tax base. Any problem with the first one? We have discussed the idea of a tax base. Very often we have discussed the idea of a tax base. You'll have to broaden the tax base. Second, we have to streamline the tax rates. For example, income taxes, right? For example, corporate taxes, capital gains tax. We'll have to streamline the tax rates in India. Increase the capacity of tax administration, develop infrastructure, provide training to the tax officials so that efficiency will improve. Tax collections will improve. Right? The whole system will become transparent. Next, there are also certain challenges in the context of GST, Goods and Services Tax. First one is a huge shortfall in the collection. When we introduced GST, we estimated the collection of revenue over a period of time. After 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, collection of revenue would be very, very high. And what has actually happened? Compared to our estimates, the actual collection of GST has been lesser. Shortfall in the collection as per comparison to original forecast. Second, very much volatile in the collection. Volatile means uneven. Uneven collections. In 1 month you will collect 98,000 crore. In another month you will collect 1.2 lakh crore. Third month you will collect 1.5 lakh crore. Fourth month you will collect, let's say, again 78,000 crores. Volatility, unevenness in the collection of GST revenue. So these are some of the challenges as highlighted on GST by the 15th Finance Commission. Okay. And finally, the defense sector. What has been the recommendation of 15th FC in the defense sector? The 15th Finance Commission says that Government of India should set up a fund for defense sector. And the name of the fund which has been recommended is Modernization Fund for Defense and Internal Security. Modernization Fund for Defense and Internal Security. There is a Hindi name for this as well. Rashtriya Suraksha Naivedyam Kosh. MFDIS or else Rashtriya Suraksha Naivedyam Kosh. Now, what is the use of this? Before telling you what is the use, what is the proposed use of this fund, first and foremost, how the funds would be collected. The commission says we can use certain funds from Consolidated Fund of India. We can transfer certain funds from Consolidated Fund of India. First one. Second one, have a look at this. Second source will be, imagine there is a defense company under the ownership of the government. Government will simply sell off this defense company. So money is generated. So whenever sale of the defense companies is done, sale of defense public sector companies is done, the money that is collected can be kept in the fund. Third one, there is a defense land. There is a defense land. Lot of land in various states is under the defense. If this defense land is given to, let's say, private sector, if it is given to the states, whatever money is collected, we should use it to keep under this fund. So these are the three very important sources which have been cited by the Finance Commission to pool, to basically collect under the Modernization Fund for Defense and Internal Security. Now, once you have collected, how you are supposed to use it? One, we will invest and make an investment in defense sector. Capital investment in the defense sector can be done using this. Second one, capital investment for police forces and modernization can also be done. Any police forces, CAPF is referring to Central Armed Police Force. Many of you will start typing, sir, what is CAPF? Central Armed Police Forces. So the Ministry of Home Affairs will identify certain police forces. We can use the funds to invest in these police forces and modernize them. And one more component is we can use a small amount out of this fund as a welfare fund for our soldiers as well as paramilitary personnel. So these are some of the recommendation of usage of the defense fund as per the 15th Finance Commission. Done? Okay, so these are the various recommendations. Many of you are asking, sir, should we remember these recommendations? My advice to all of you is remember. UPSC has the tendency of asking questions on Finance Commission. Please remember these recommendations. In many of the books, they have not given these recommendations. They have simply given 41% is the vertical devolution and horizontal devolution. But UPSC has the tendency of asking questions on Finance Commission. Please remember. Done? So this is a discussion regarding the 15th FC. Any issue so far, please do let me know so that we can discuss questions now. So we have discussed the budgeting of the government. We also have discussed the idea of Finance Commission as per the recommendations given. And again, I'll repeat it. Will all the recommendations be implemented by the center? No, there is no guarantee. There is no compulsion on the center. Done? So any questions? Any questions regarding what we have discussed? What is PFMS? I'll repeat it again. Public Financial Management System. It is a website. In simple terms, it is a website. It is developed by the Government of India. What is the use of the PFMS? Government of India using the PFMS system can simply find out how many schemes are there, how much funds have gone into these schemes, right now which state has received how much scheme, how much funds, how many beneficiaries are, etc., etc., etc. All of that information Government of India can easily get, which means government is following how much funding is given for which scheme, how many beneficiaries are there. Government is following, tracking all of it. Can I call it as an example of a sound public management system? Sound means solid. Again, when I say solid, don't go to 3 matters or 4 matters in chemistry. Solid means a very good system for public finances. Done? Anything else? Sir, I did not get how long-term borrowings will provide flexibility. I'll give a very simple example. I'll give you a loan of 100 rupee today. I'll give you a loan of 100 rupee. I will ask you to repay after 1 day. Don't you think the time that is available with you to repay the loan is very short? What if you don't have 100 rupee tomorrow? Done? On the other side, I'll say take 100 rupee, give it to me after 1 year. So don't you think you have sufficient number of days, you have sufficient number of time now to adjust your finances and pay 100 rupee back to me? That is exactly what I'm saying. So long-term loans always provide flexibility for the government. Provide flexibility for the government. And I'll tell you one more very technical point here. Understand this very carefully. Have a look at this. Understand this very carefully. Imagine this is Government of India. Point number one, is there any problem if I say Government of India needs to borrow every year? Think of it. Point number one is what? Government of India needs to borrow every year. Anybody who says, no, sir, you are wrong. Government of India needs to borrow every year. Now, let's say hypothetically, I'll go with your assumption. Let's say hypothetically, government requires 100 rupee loan and they will borrow using treasury bills. They will simply borrow using treasury bills. Please follow this very carefully. Imagine this year, they will issue a treasury bill. They will offer interest of 5%. They'll offer interest of 5%. And they will simply repay the money. Next year, they will borrow 100 rupees. What if interest rate next year is a higher? Tell me now. What if interest rate next year is higher? Don't you think the burden of interest on Government of India might increase? Let me know. Government's burden because of this movement in the interest rate, if they keep on borrowing for a very, very short tenure, will increase or not? Of course, yes. But on the other hand, rather than using treasury bill, what if they use a government security, that is a government bond, which has a tenure of 30 years? Tell me now, which has a tenure of 30 years. In fact, we have discussed this. If a government bond is issued worth 100 rupee with a coupon rate of 5%, will the government change a coupon rate? Is it okay? Every year government will keep on giving you 5 rupees. Every year government will keep on giving you 5 rupees only. Right? So that is the interest rate burden. Interest rate burden or interest rate volatility will not affect the Government of India's finances when they borrow for longer duration like this. Done. So that is basically a technical idea. But anyways, remember this as well. They can ask you suddenly. Done. So these are the points regarding the budget as well as the Finance Commission. Streamlining taxes. My dear, when we discuss the taxation, I've told you this. I'll repeat it again. We need to streamline GST rates. We need to streamline capital gains tax rates. We have already streamlined to a certain extent corporate taxes. Yes or no? right? So that is the same argument given by the 15th FCA. Streamline. Streamline means rationalize your taxes. Rationalize your taxes. Done? GST challenge point 1 is not clear. When we introduced GST, I'll repeat it. When we introduced GST, we made certain estimates. That is, after 1 year, I will collect this much. After second year, I'll collect this much. We made certain estimates. But after introducing GST, we were not able to meet those numbers. Estimated numbers are higher, actual collections are lesser. That is the first. Okay, done. So let's solve the questions. Let's solve the questions. After that, we can take a break. Okay, let's solve the questions. Okay. Why? Have I given a wrong option or what? Let's solve it. Let's solve it. The Department of Revenue is responsible for preparation of union budget that is presented to the Parliament. Let me check. I think I've given a wrong option. Don't worry. Let's solve this. Department of Revenue is responsible for preparation of union budget presented in Parliament. Is it Department of Revenue? No, it is not Department of Revenue. It is, in fact, a Department of Economic Affairs. DEA. It is there very much in the slide. It's there very much in the slide. DEA. No amount can be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India without authorization of Parliament of India. Statement 2 is correct. It's a factual question. Statement 2 is correct. All the disbursements made, disbursement means payments, withdrawals from the public account also need authorization from the Parliament of India. In fact, yesterday I've told you this is wrong. Public account you don't require. In fact, yesterday at the fag end when I was discussing the debt, public debt, etc., I've told you this. You don't require any authority from the Parliament to take the money from the public account. Third one is wrong. So my option, I believe my option when I gave it, I've given a wrong option. Right option will be option C, 2 only. You're supposed to find which are correct. 2 only. Right option will be option C here. Okay. Next one. Statement 1 again. My dear, it's a factual statement. Right? You don't even revise. That becomes a problem then. In the slide, it is written Department of Economic Affairs prepares budget. And in statement 1, it says Department of Revenue. So it is wrong. Again, if you don't revise, everything will look very difficult. Right? Then you're supposed to write exams next year. How will you remember it? Okay. Array, I forgot to start the poll. Anyways, let's solve it. Let's solve it. I forgot to start a poll. Already more than 1 minute is over. There has been a persistent deficit budget year after year. Okay, year after year. Which of the following actions can be taken by the government to reduce the deficit? Which can be done by the government to reduce the deficit? Reducing revenue expenditure. First one is very much straightforward. If you reduce the expenditure, deficit will come down. Introduce a new welfare schemes. Don't you think it is exactly opposite to the first one? Exactly opposite to the first one. So second one is wrong. Rationalizing subsidies. Rationalizing means what? Introducing certain methods wherein you are going to provide the subsidies to the correct people in a correct manner, right? I'll give an example. I'll give a very simple example. Have you heard of LPG subsidy? Have you heard of the term LPG subsidy? Right? That's very simple. In fact, tomorrow's newspaper will come across this. LPG prices have been slashed for the third time. Right? You will come across that newspaper article tomorrow because it was there. It was announced by the government today. Tomorrow you will come across that. So LPG subsidy. Now let me ask you a very simple question. How many of you are basically the followers of the argument that all the houses in India should be provided LPG subsidy? All houses. Or else, second, only certain number of houses should be provided LPG subsidy. Will you prefer one? Will you prefer two? Only limited number of houses should be provided LPG subsidy. And when I say limited number of houses, poor houses, right, where the income of the house is very low. Don't you think second one makes better sense? Think of it. Second one makes better sense. Now, please let me know whether this makes sense or not. Earlier, we used to provide LPG subsidy to all the houses in India. Now, we have shifted from providing subsidy from all the houses to only specific number of houses, limited number of houses. Can I call this as rationalization of subsidies? Is it okay? Can I call this as rationalization of subsidies? So if you go for a rationalization, in fact, I'll discuss all of this. Don't worry. There's a chapter which I'll cover separately, subsidies. I'll cover a separate chapter by the name of subsidies. I will tell you how we have been able to do that. What is this idea of a direct benefit transfer? Why government is promoting the idea of a DBT very often? I will tell you all of it. Have patience. But in this example, can I say if you rationalize the subsidies, the expenditure incurred by the government will come down. If expenditure incurred by the government will come down, automatically the deficit of the government will also come down. Right? So rationalizing subsidies will also help in reducing the deficit. 1 and 3 are correct. Right option is option A. Right option is option A. Any difficulty? Can I go to the next one? Why second option is wrong? My dear, please read the statement. Question is what you should do to reduce deficit. If you ask me why should I not choose the second statement, don't you think by introducing new welfare schemes, deficit will increase? Okay, next. Let me explain this. We have not discussed this. Let me explain this. Sir, poll is not given. Don't worry about poll. If you have got the correct answer, don't worry, be happy. What will you do with the poll? Focus on the discussion, my dear. Let me discuss two more concepts here. Vote on account and interim budget. Vote on account, interim budget. Now, what is this idea of a vote on account and interim budget? Let's start. Imagine this is an election year. Imagine this is an election year. That is, of course, next year, right? 2023, 2024. You will have basically election year. Now, in an election year, let's say elections are going to be conducted in the month of April. I'll just take a hypothetical example. Imagine elections are going to be conducted in the month of April. Now, the government is announcing the budget on the 1st of February. It is announcing the budget on the 1st of February. Now, there are two options available to the government. One option is, because elections are there, after 2 months, there could be a new government. Is it okay? After elections, that is after 2 months, April and May, there could be a new government. So for only 2 months, I will allow the government to withdraw certain amount of funds. That is 1/6 of total expenditure. I'll repeat this again. Understand this carefully. Because the election is there, government might simply say, let me not announce a budget for full year like this. What I will simply do is, for 2 months, total expenditure for 12 months will be, let's say, 12,000 crore rupees. For 2 months, that will be 1/6 of the total year. I will allow the government to withdraw the expenditures. Right? This is generally referred to as vote on account. Now, some of you are asking, sir, what if after election? What will happen after election? My dear, if the same government, same party will form the government, they have the opportunity, they have the power to announce a budget again. If another party will form the government, they can also announce one more budget. There's a term called as a mid-year budget. They can do that, right? But basically, argument is simple. Only for certain time period, we want to ensure sufficient expenditure is going to be incurred, right? So that is basically the idea of a vote on account. But there is one more option for the government. The government knows that after 2 months elections are there, but even then government says, doesn't matter. I will announce a budget for full year, just like a normal budget. Is it okay? In case of interim budget, the government says, doesn't matter. If election is there, doesn't matter. I will announce just like a normal budget. I will announce for 1 year how much expenditure will be incurred by me. For 1 year, how much income will be collected by me. That is basically called as interim budget. That is basically referred to as interim budget. So vote on account only deals with expenditure side. Interim budget deals with expenditure side plus income side. So can I say first statement is correct, second statement is wrong, right option will be option A here. Any difficulty? Next, right? Any difficulty? Sir, what is interim budget? My dear, I'll repeat it again. After 2 months, elections are there. But government will simply announce budget for full year. Full year budget will be announced. That is called as interim budget. Okay? Done? Now, have a look at this. Descriptive question. The public expenditure management is a challenge to the government of India in the context of budget making during the post-liberalization period. Clarified. Right? This is a descriptive question. Please be very, very careful. Descriptive question. The public expenditure management is a challenge to the government of India in the context of budget making during the post-liberalization period. Clarified. Now, many of you keep on asking me, sir, how many words? Please tell me how many words it is asked. My argument is don't worry about words. Can you write the same question in 150 words as well as 250 words? That is, can you answer the same question in 150 as well as 250? Of course, yes. Right? That is the reason I generally don't give the number of words. You can address both the kinds of questions. And those who are wondering what is 150 and 250, those are wondering what is this? UPSC out of 20 questions, 10 questions will be 150 word answers. Remaining 10 questions will be 250 word answer limit. Right? That is what I'm talking about here. Now, there is a term called as post-liberalization. Many of you will point out and say, sir, you have not discussed anything regarding liberalization here. Now, what is the idea of a liberalization? We implemented a set of reforms in 1991. Simple. We implemented set of reforms in 1991 and we'll discuss that separately. Liberalization, privatization and globalization. So post 1991, the question says expenditure management for the government has become a challenge. You'll have to explain why. Let's start. Right, so introduction. Right, keep it very short. Government of India implemented LPG reforms post 1991. Come to the main body. Come to the main body. Don't waste your time. Challenges faced by the government regarding public expenditure management. Sir, what is PM? What is PM? Public expenditure management. What are the challenges? First one, fiscal deficit has become a challenge. Fiscal deficit, even today, it's a challenge. It's a challenge even today because government of India's role has changed. Government has to provide welfare to the people. Government has to basically spend money for infrastructure, etc., etc. Government is forced to borrow more and more from the market. In fact, now please tell me, don't you think because of the crisis in the year 2008, because of the crisis in 2020, don't you think fiscal deficit has become much more challenging for the government? That is, controlling fiscal deficit has become very, very challenging for the government or not? Of course, yes. And many of you ask me, sir, 2008, right? What happened? There was a crisis. Right? There is a crisis called as global financial crisis. Global financial crisis in 2008, and that has affected Indian economy. 2020. Anybody is going to ask me, sir, what happened in 2020? Please do let me know. Right? So fiscal deficit has become a challenge for the government. What is the side of a crowding out effect? Let me explain. What is this concept of crowding out effect? Follow this very carefully. Imagine you have 100 rupee. Imagine you are an investor in the market, you have 100 rupee. Government of India this year says, I want to borrow more money. Fiscal deficit. Government of India says, I want to borrow more money. Now, simple question to all of you is, if you want to invest, that is, you want to lend to government, lend in the sense you want to purchase government bond, you know that government of India is borrowing huge amount of money, will you demand a more rate of interest or less rate of interest? Basic idea. Will you demand a higher rate of interest or a lower rate of interest? You should demand more. Some of you are saying less. How? You should demand more. Right? My dear, argument is very simple. You know that government wants more money. You know that government wants more money. They will borrow huge amount of money. Will you give 100 rupee at a lower rate of interest? No, you will simply say, government, you require money. So I am ready to give you 100 rupee loan. Give me more rate of interest. Does it make sense or not? These are all basic ideas in economics. Supply and demand, my dear. Supply and demand. If demand increases, will you not demand higher rate of interest? Right? Even after the 13th class, you are asking this question, which means, right, your fundamentals are very, very weak. Focus on it. Now have a look at this. If you are demanding more rate of interest, I will come to you. I'm a private sector company. I'm a private sector company. I will come to you and I will also say, please purchase my bond. Give me 100 rupee. Will you again demand a lower rate of interest or high rate of interest? High rate of interest. You will simply say, sir, government wants to borrow more. So they are willing to offer, let's say, 7% rate of interest. Last year it was 6%. They are giving me 7% now. You also want to borrow 100 rupees from me. Give me more than 7%. Give me more than 7%. Will you demand or not? Of course you will demand. Right? Now tell me what will happen as a result of this for the private sector. Don't you think loans will become very costly for the private sector? Any problem? Private sector, for them to borrow from the market, now they will have to give more rate of interest, which means cost of borrowings. Cost of borrowings, cost of loans for the private sector will increase. Right? Now tell me, do you think private sector companies will go to the market more to borrow or they will move away from the market? Think of it. In this situation, right, these private sector borrowers or different borrowers in the market, will they go to the market to borrow more or will they move away from the market saying that, okay, rate of interest is higher? Don't you think they will move away? Can I call this as crowding out? Can I refer to this as crowding out? Crowding out means what? Crowd means people, right? The borrowers, because the rate of interest is very high, they will not borrow. They'll simply, right, withdraw their decision of borrowing. That is crowding out. Now, go back to the statements here. If the fiscal deficit of the government becomes higher, don't you think that can also cause crowding out? That also can cause crowding out effect, right? That's a challenge. And please understand, so what is the problem if there's a crowding out? Private sector will borrow and invest, but because the interest rates are higher, private sector borrowings will go down. If private sector borrowing will go down, what will happen to investments? Investments will also go down. Third one, globalization is a challenge. That is a global shock. Can I give you a prime example? Current affairs prime example. OPEC. The decision of OPEC. The impact of Russia-Ukraine war. Tell me. Russia-Ukraine war, is it not because of globalization that our economy is getting affected? Any problem? Any problem? Please do let me know. Sir, how OPEC, right, Russia, Ukraine, etc., is associated with government expenditure? I'll give a very sequence, very simple sequence. Government of India has to ensure that fertilizers are there in the market at affordable prices to farmers. Very simple idea. Government of India has to ensure that fertilizers should be there in the market at lower prices for the farmers. Now, because of Russia-Ukraine war, supply of natural gas affected, supply of fertilizer in the international market affected. Now, you please tell me, with all of this, what will happen to fertilizer prices? What will happen to fertilizer prices? The fertilizer prices will increase. Can all the farmers in India purchase fertilizer at higher prices? No. Government of India will have to provide more subsidies. Government of India will have to provide more subsidies. Now, if Government of India provides more subsidies, what will happen to revenue deficit? Tell me, what will happen to revenue deficit? Revenue deficit will increase. And if the revenue deficit increases, what will happen to fiscal deficit? Automatically increases. And don't you think higher fiscal deficit is a challenge in the public expenditure management? Answer is simply yes. Narrow tax net. Narrow tax net. That is, right, let's say the tax, sorry, the taxpayers in case of India, individuals, companies, etc., are avoiding taxes, are evading taxes. Now, when there is a lot of avoidance as well as evasion, please tell me, will the tax base become narrow or become wide? Does the statement make sense or not? If there's a lot of avoidance and evasion, will the tax base become narrow or widen? It will become narrow. That is exactly what I've written. Right? And again, sequence is very simple. Narrow tax base, government's revenue collection in the form of taxes will go down. Government borrowings requirement automatically will increase. Capital expenditure. Don't you think Government of India has to spend a lot of money to develop infrastructure in India? Especially if they want to become a developed country. Again, requirement of expenditure is very high. Borrowing requirements will increase. That's a challenge. And last one, populism. Last one is populism, populist tendencies. For example, you must have seen, again, don't make it political. You must have seen various state governments will announce free bus travel for some people. They will announce free electricity to some people. Right? They will announce, right, let's say monthly entitlement to some people. Don't you think all of this will lead to higher revenue expenditure? All of this will lead to higher revenue expenditure. Higher revenue expenditure, higher revenue deficit, higher revenue deficit, higher fiscal deficit. Again, in this case, what I would recommend is tread very, very lightly. When you're writing exams, do not quote any political parties here. I will recommend this to you. Please do not make your answer political. You might have your own political views. Please do not display that in answer. You're writing economics answers. Don't do that. Simply say, right, states will provide this. As a result of this, fiscal deficit might increase. That is one more challenge. Okay. Next, what are the measures which have been taken by the government to have a proper or effective public expenditure management? FRBM Act. Don't you think if we implement FRBM Act, revenue deficit will reduce to 0%, FD will come down to 3%, right? Public expenditure management, yes or no? We have merged a railway budget with union budget. Earlier, we had a separate railway budget, separate union budget. Now we have merged both railway and union budget, right? And the reason is very simple. Earlier, it was a basic exercise conducted as a convention. It was a practice, not a constitutional requirement, right? Even after independence, we simply continue to announce separate railway budget, separate union budget. So Government of India said, what is the reason? Why should we continue? And many of the times, railway budget doesn't even make any policies based on economics. For example, tell me whether what I'm saying is correct or not. Most of the times when railway budget was there, when it was announced, we usually discussed, that is in the news, in the newspaper, you also thought, if the railway minister is from West Bengal, what has been announced for West Bengal? If the railway minister is from Bihar, what has been announced for Bihar? If the railway minister is from Karnataka, what has been announced for Karnataka? But please tell me, does it matter? Does it matter? The railway minister is for whole of India. Just to please a certain population, we kept on announcing these kind of policies. So there were various concerns regarding having a separate railway budget. Government said, let's not do that. Merge railway budget with union budget. Okay? Rationalization of the subsidies and introduction of public financial management system. So these are some of the very important measures that have been undertaken by the government to make public expenditure management much more effective. Okay. Next question. This was asked last year. Straightforward, nothing to discuss here. Please look at the question. Can you answer it with what you have discussed yesterday? Let me know. Distinguish between capital budget and revenue budget. Explain the components of both of these budgets. If you remember, if you have by-hearted what we have discussed yesterday, you can simply write even an essay on it. But based on the requirement, 150 words, 250 words. As per that, you adjust. Again, I've discussed this yesterday in detail. Same slide, I've copied and pasted. Okay, so this was one more question last year itself. Next question. Women empowerment in India needs gender budgeting. What are the requirements and the status of gender budgeting in Indian context? It's simple. 3 components in the answer. Introduction. Gender budgeting in case of India was introduced from 2005 and 6. And that's an introduction. What is the need for gender budgeting? What is the need for gender budgeting? Do you remember this? It will help holding Government of India accountable. It will help, right? It will basically help in empowering women, which will reduce the cases of violence against them. In case of India, because of a traditional setup, there's a differing access to some of the services such as education, healthcare between male and female, that is boys and girls, etc., etc. So these are the reasons why there is a need for gender budgeting in India. And what is the status of gender budgeting in India? Most of the funds are allocated are not for those schemes which are used or which are covering only women beneficiaries. Right? That is Part A scheme, Part B scheme. If you remember it, Part A, those schemes where only women are beneficiaries, that is Part A. Part B, where at least 30% of the funds are reserved for women beneficiaries. So most of the funds generally are allocated for Part B. We should move towards Part A. As a percentage of total expenditure, over a period of time, we have not seen much a higher amount of a rise. It generally is volatile, but it is somewhere around 5%. It has remained around 5% historically. There is a need to audit and ascertain what is the progress of various schemes, that is a centrally sponsored scheme, and make the changes accordingly in the system. Okay, so these are some of the recommendations that you are supposed to provide in order to improve gender budgeting in India. Done? Okay, so this is one more question. Please have a look at it. Okay, so these are the different questions which have come from the chapter of Finance Commission. And for example, this year if you have seen, right, this year if you have seen, there is basically a question on Finance Commission. 15th Finance Commission, horizontal devolution. Okay, so let me take a break. But before that, let me address your questions. Then we can take a break. Explain today's Financial Express fiscal deficit article. Again, just read it and go forward. This is my recommendation. Don't read complete detail about the fiscal deficit article today. Why? By the time you write exams, the numbers would be different. I hope you understand. By the time you write the exam, numbers will be completely different. Don't by heart anything. Deficits. I'll repeat it again. Revenue deficit is the difference between revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. Higher revenue expenditure compared to receipts will lead to revenue deficit. Effective revenue deficit. Whenever you talk about revenue deficit, within that you are considering revenue expenditure. Within revenue expenditure, there's a component called as a grants for creation of capital asset. We said that grants for creation of capital asset is not directly spent. It doesn't create asset for the central government. That's the reason we have kept it under the revenue expenditure. But when you talk about effective revenue deficit, we simply say doesn't matter whether it is for the center or the state, it will lead to creation of asset. So we will simply remove that as well. We'll remove that as well from the revenue deficit. Fiscal deficit, that is basically the the borrowings of the government of India. Fiscal deficit in that context is the borrowings of government of India. Then basically the idea of the primary deficit, it represents how much of your borrowings, you're using it for taking care of current year expenditure. That is fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Interest payment is basically the loans that government has taken in the past, and on the past loans government is paying interest now. So how much of your borrowing will be used to pay interest? How much of your borrowing you'll be able to use it for taking care of your current year expenses? That is basically the primary deficit. Then there is a budget deficit, which was used earlier. That is basically the difference between the total expenditure and total receipts of the government. Right? That was a budget deficit. And finally, monetized deficit, that is how much of the deficit government of India will directly borrow from Reserve Bank of India. That is monetization of the deficit. Okay. Sir, you give 1 or 2 points for a topic, but for 15 marks, how to elaborate such topics? Tell us the way we should write answers to get more marks. My dear, have a look at this. Have I written 1 or 2 points? Right? When you write the need for the gender budgeting, don't you think number of words will increase? And please think of this as well. If I write everything in the PPT of whatever I speak, don't you think for one topic we will have 200 slides? How is that possible? Then what is the use of additional reading material? What is the use of textbook for you? Think of that as well. Right? If I write everything in the PPT, I'll speak underline. Then you'll say faculty simply underlining. Right? Again, please understand there are a lot of difficulties in basically satisfying all your requirements. That's the reason there is a textbook for reference. Please read that. That's the reason we also provide additional reading material. Use that. Right? So use all these resources. The loan taken from Japan for the construction of metro, has it increased the borrowings more? Of course, yes. The borrowings of government of India is there. Okay. To combat these issues with the dollar, government is promoting de-dollarization. Again, I'll not discuss de-dollarization here. It will basically mean I'm discussing exchange rate. When I take up exchange rate, I'll tell you. How to rise ascending or descending order in terms of age? My dear, can you understand the term ascending? Ascending means increasing percentage. Descending is decreasing percentage. Right? How difficult it is. One is 2.5%. Another one is 10%. Another one is 15%. Another one is 45%. Did I not just tell you ascending order of weightages? Again, I don't understand. Sometimes I don't understand. Right? How should I basically discuss this? So SGST also becomes part of devolution. Now you tell me, sir, does SGST become part of the devolution? No, my dear. SGST will go to states, whereas CGST will become part of the devolution. What is fiscal policy distance? It's not fiscal policy distance, it's income distance. I've told you, don't worry, but even then, since you're asking, income distance is calculated by comparing per capita gross state domestic product of one state for 3 years compared to gross state domestic product per capita of the state with the highest number. That is basically, right, the income distance. Why 14th FC using 71 and 2011? That was the recommendation, that was the condition given by the central government. And moreover, please understand, right, 2011 data, we are promoting that usage of census data, right, very recently. Earlier we did not use that much. If the state government is not satisfied with the central procedure as center not following finance commission recommendation, can they do anything regarding this? No. Okay, I'm confused with NK Singh committee and FC. One is a finance commission and the other one is FRBM review committee. What is the confusion in that? The chairperson for both of them is the same. What is the confusion? One is FRBM review committee, another is the finance commission. Both are different. Sir, why do we not follow surplus budget? It's not question of following. My dear, you tell me, India being a developing country, do you think they have sufficient amount of resources? Think of it. India being a developing country, do you think they have sufficient amount of money, that is income? Answer is simply no. It is not a choice, right? It's not a choice whether to follow surplus or deficit. It's a compulsion for us. Has Government of India implemented 15th Finance Commission all recommendations? No. Did I just say the same thing? No, they have not implemented. Ideal debt ceiling of Government of India, right? As per the FRBM review committee, the central government, the debt limit was 40%, but we have not been able to meet it. The states was 20%. Again, we have not been able to meet it. The public expenditure management is a challenge to the Government of India in the context of budget making post liberalization period. Post 1991, we have implemented LPG reforms, right, such as liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which means basically the trade between India and rest of the world, connection between India and rest of the world has improved. And because of these kind of policies, the budgeting exercise has become a challenge. Explain it. That is exactly what the question says. Repeat populist tendencies. Populism, there is no definition for it. Basically, it means anything that the government might do to please a certain section of the society. Anything that the government might do to please a certain section of the society. That is called as populism. Is there any need to read economics book? Of course, yes. Right? This I've been telling you from the first day. Please read one source. Merger of railway budget with union budget. Earlier, there are separate two budgets, which is a time-consuming process. Now we have only one budget, only union budget. Okay. As you have said, the distribution of tax percentage will be highest for the state with highest population as per the definition of income distance. No, it is as per population. Population 15% weightage is given. Right? Again, what are you looking at? I don't know. What are you looking at? I've given you an explanation also. If the population of one state is accounting for 30%, another state accounts for 70%, does it not mean that one state which has a higher population will receive more devolution? What is the point of discussing all these calculations then? What is the point if you're not going to listen to it very carefully? Okay, done. So let's take a break now. I'll restart at 7:27. I'll restart at 7:27 p.m. Okay, take a break. Okay. Welcome back. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible? Let me know. Can we start? Can we start? Okay, done. Let's start. So the next chapter that I'll be discussing with you people will be concept of financial market. Important for exams. Why? I'll show you a picture in some time. One question was asked in UPSC prelims from that very picture itself. And apart from that also current affairs, you will not get those concepts in the books. Current affairs concepts are asked in UPSC on financial market. So what I'll be discussing, what are the points we'll be covering under this? What is the structure of the financial market? You'll come across the term money market and capital market. And those who have seen the question paper, that is a prelims question paper, the question was asked on this only. Which of the following components are part of money market? The very same question was asked by UPSC in the prelims. Then we'll have a discussion regarding ECB, external commercial borrowing, concept of credit rating, mutual funds, right? I'm pretty sure all of you have come across the term mutual funds. Mutual funds sahi hai, right? But what is the meaning of the mutual fund? Let's try and understand. Then we'll discuss one more concept, ETF, exchange traded fund, participatory notes, then certain types of bonds. For example, you must have heard of masala bond, green bond, right, etc. We'll have a discussion on that. And as usual, write the questions. As usual, the questions which have been asked. Now, please have a look at this. Financial market is divided into two parts. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by financial market? Financial market is a place where instruments are traded. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Financial market is nothing but it's a place where, and when I say place, do not imagine literally there is a market. I hope you understand this. So financial market is a place where instruments are bought and sold. For example, have you heard of share? Let me know. Have you heard of the term shares? Adani group of company share, Paytm share, etc., etc. Right? Have you heard of corporate bonds? You should have heard of both of them because I've mentioned both of them in the classroom. So corporate bonds, right, or let's say shares, etc. These are bought and sold. So the place where these are issued, bought, sold, it is called as financial market. The financial market is divided into two parts. One is called as a capital market. Second one is referred to as a money market. But what is the basic idea of a capital market and money market? Please understand this very carefully. Now let me start with the example here. Let me start with the example. Here is a company. Okay, here is a company. Imagine you started a company. Many of you looked at the UPSC syllabus, studied certain part of economics, again hypothetically, and you decided, okay, UPSC is not my cup of tea or coffee or even right anything. You will start a company. Now, when you start a company, understand this carefully. You will require money for two purposes. You will require money for two purposes. One, to take care of day-to-day expenditures. To take care of day-to-day expenditure. And second, in order to purchase certain assets. That is capital investment. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. As a company, you will incur expenditure under two heads. One is investment for purchasing assets. I'll give you examples also. And second one is taking care of day-to-day expenditures. For example, purchasing raw materials. Purchasing raw materials. Paying salaries or wages of the employees. Salaries or wages of the employees. And on the other side, purchasing machines. Purchasing machines. Any problem so far? As a company, as a owner of the company, you need to incur expenditure under two heads. Now this day-to-day working expenditure, it is called as working capital. This is referred to as working capital. And this is called as capital investment. Capital investment. Any difficulty? The money that you spend for taking care of day-to-day activities, it is called as a working capital. And the money that you spend, right, to purchase a machine, to construct a manufacturing facility, etc., it is called as capital investment. Now have a look at this. Whenever you want to take care of your working capital, you can borrow from the market. You can borrow. It is allowed, perfectly allowed. You can borrow from the market. For what about capital investment? Can you borrow for capital investment? Of course, yes. You can borrow even for capital investment as well. But the difference will start happening now. Whenever you want to borrow for working capital, you'll borrow for a shorter duration. You'll borrow for a shorter duration. Whereas when you want to borrow for working capital, you'll borrow for longer duration, medium or longer duration. Done? That is the basic idea. That's a basic idea. Now, the market where short-term instruments, is it okay? The market where short-term instruments are traded, it is called as money market. And the market where medium term, again medium means what? Generally more than 1 year. Medium term and long term instruments are traded, it is called as a capital market. Any difficulty? I'll give you examples. Automatically you will tell me where it will fall. Let me know any difficulty. Money market is a market where short-term instruments are traded, whereas capital market is the market where medium-term or long-term, that is more than 1 year, instruments are traded. Now please tell me, a corporate bond, private sector corporate bond, will it fall under the money market or capital market? Think of it. A corporate bond, will it fall under the money market or capital market? What is the essential feature of a bond? I've told you this. This is where your revision will help you. What is essentially the feature of a bond? Does it have a maturity period of less than 1 year? Does it have a tenure of less than 1 year? No, my dear. It has a more than 1 year. Where is your revision? Where is your revision? In fact, I'll tell you, I've written this in the slide. Where I'll tell you, please open the earlier PPTs of banking. I've written all of this, same thing. Bonds have a maturity period of more than 1 year, right? Treasury bills will have a maturity period of 1 year. Did I not write it? Then where is your revision? So bonds, will it fall under the money or capital? It will fall under the capital market. Let's say Adani company will issue shares to you. Adani company will issue shares to you. You will purchase the shares, you will keep it with yourself. And please understand, shares, there is no maturity period for it. The shares do not have any maturity period. They will be there with you until unless somebody else will purchase or the company will purchase. Now, please tell me, the shares, will it fall under the capital market or money market? Capital market? Any difficulty? Or even now somebody is saying money market. How? Right, I'm saying there is no maturity period for it, so money market. How? Right, so it is a capital market. On the other side, treasury bill. Tell me now. Treasury bill. Treasury bills, will they fall under the capital market or money market? Treasury bills will be part of money market. It has to be part of money market. Why? Look at the maturity period of treasury bill. Maturity period of the treasury bill is up to 364 days. Right? So understand the difference here. Money market deals with short-term instrument. Capital market deals with those instruments which will have a maturity period of more than 1 year. That could be medium or long term. Mainly deals with financing working capital, deals with investment and promotes capital formation. Banks are the most important participants of the money market. Here, banks, right, individuals, government, right, insurance companies, pension companies, many financial institutions are there apart from bank. There is not much of a participation of individual investors such as you and me in the money market. Very little participation. I'll show that. Have patience. Very few of the instruments, individual investors are allowed. Whereas in case of capital market, comparatively, it is very high. For example, let me know. I'll ask you questions now. Can you purchase shares of Adani company? Of course, every other condition you're satisfying. Can you purchase shares of Adani company? All of you will agree, yes? Or some of you saying no. Why? Who? Those who are saying no, why you tell me? I'm saying, assuming everything else is right, correct. That is, you have money, you have a demat account, etc., etc. Can you purchase shares of Adani? Yes. Can you purchase government bonds? Yes. Right? Can you purchase, let's say, Paytm bonds? Yes. So your participation, that is individual investor participation, is very, very high comparatively in the capital market. Okay. Who is the regulator in the money market? Reserve Bank of India. Who is the regulator of capital market? Securities Exchange Board of India. SEBI stands for Securities Exchange Board of India. Then this is basically the difference between the money market as well as capital market. Any difficulty so far? Any difficulty? Because I'll enter into money market now. Right? I'll enter into money market. Now this is my advice to all of you. Right? I'll give a simple advice to all of you. Please check the question which was asked this year's prelims. In this year prelims, there was one question asked on this table itself. Please check it. Right? Please check it. It's basically the same utility. If you know this, you could have answered the question very easily. Now let me enter into money market. The tools that I'll be discussing in the money market is repo, reverse repo, call money market, commercial papers, certificate of deposit, and commercial bills. And listen to these tools. Let's go one by one. Please listen to these tools very carefully. Key term, the key term that you should focus on, less than 1 year. Less than 1 year. That is a key term that you should focus on. Let's start with repo and reverse repo. Now we have discussed repo and reverse repo. Please tell me, either it is repo or reverse repo. Do we use the tools for more than 1 year or less than 1 year? Let me check. What is repo? Right, RBI will give a loan to a bank, will charge a rate of interest on it. That is called as repo. But what is the key term there? The borrowing, that is the loan that is given, it is for a very short duration. 7 days, 14 days, right? 28 days. My dear, those who are saying more, you need to revise, my dear. Please revise. You're not revising. And trust me, without revising, this will keep on happening. And these are very simple questions. Not at all difficult. Simple question. Please open the PPT of banking. Go to the slide where I've written repo. Please check whether I've written short term or long term. Please check it. You are not revising correctly. So repo and reverse repo for very, very short duration. 7 days, 14 days, 28 days. So automatically it is a part of the money market. Can I go to the next one now? Can I go to the next one? Call money market. Right? That is a CMM, call money market. What is this call money market? Let's start. Call money market is a market where one bank will lend to another bank. I'll repeat the statement. Call money market is a place wherein, or it is a market wherein one bank will lend to another bank. Or else I can use the same statement in a different way. It is a market wherein one bank will borrow from another bank. This is called as a call money market. CMM, call money market. But please understand this. Generally, in the context of call money market, whenever you talk about this, it is done for very, very short duration. Very, very short duration. Sir, when you say short duration, what does it mean? It can be done only for 1 day. I'll repeat it. It can be done only for 1 day. That is, let's say I'm one bank. I will take a loan from you only for today. tomorrow I will return it to you. And many of you will ask me, sir, why? Right? Why is the bank borrowing from another bank? My dear, what if you are not able to maintain SLR? Tell me, what if you're not able to maintain right amount of SLR? What if you're not able to maintain liquidity coverage ratio? What if today withdrawals are very high, you're not able to pay the amount? Right? Don't you think there could be various situations where you would require the money only for one day? So in such situations, one bank will borrow from another bank, that is called as call money market. Now, whenever you borrow for one day, it is called as a call money market. There is one more option available here. You can also borrow for 7 days. Rather than one day, you can also borrow for 7 days. You can also borrow for 14 days. Now, when you borrow for 7 days or 14 days, it is referred to as notice money. Any difficulty? If you borrow for one day, overnight means one day. That is, you will borrow today and pay it back tomorrow, overnight. If you borrow for only one day, it is called as a call money. If you borrow for 7 days, if you borrow for 14 days, it is called as a notice money. Right? That is basically the idea of a call money market. Banks will borrow this or use this tool, borrow under this to meet their overnight cash requirement. And the lender, that is, imagine I'm taking a loan from you only for one day or let's say 7 days, you will charge a rate of interest on me. It is called as a call money rate. It is called as call money rate, CMR, call money rate. Right? So this market is called as a call money market. Any difficulty? Can I go forward? Can I go forward? Repeat. My dear, one bank will borrow from another bank. One bank will give a loan to another bank. That market is called as call money market. Now, when I say one bank will give a loan to another bank, it can be done only for one day, 7 days, or 14 days. In case of one day, it is called as a call money. In case of 7 days or 14 days, it is referred to as, right, basically the notice money. And the lending bank, the bank which is lending, right, it will provide a loan and charge a rate of interest on it. And that is called as call money rate. Now, many of you are asking, right, many of you are asking, sir, will this rate be dynamic or will this rate be stagnant? And please tell me, don't you think repo rate is also a rate of interest where one bank is giving loan to another bank? Think of it and let me know. Repo rate, is it not the rate of interest, right, where one bank is lending to another bank? Now, please think of it and tell me, if repo rate increases, don't you think call money rate also should fluctuate? Does it make a sense to you or not? And let's say today, lot of banks are facing shortage of cash. These banks want to borrow from another bank for overnight basis. If the demand is high, what will happen to call money rate? Let me know. What will happen to call money rate? Automatically increase. So don't you think the call money rate that is decided in the market is dependent on supply and demand forces. If the demand for the money is very high, automatically call money rate will start increasing. If the demand for money is very low, right, automatically, right, the call money rate will start decreasing. It is not stagnant. It will keep on fluctuating. It will keep on fluctuating. That's a basic idea for call money rate. Done? Now, there is one more interesting question. Sir, there is a marginal standing facility. There is a MSF tool. If there is MSF tool, why is the bank borrowing from another bank? Again, I'll ask you the same question that I asked you earlier. If you are the RBI governor, I want to borrow from you under the MSF. Please tell me, will you give me unlimited amount of loan? Think of it. Think of it. Will you simply give me only for overnight basis only? Will you give me unlimited amount of money? Of course, there should be a limitation, right? So that's the reason there are different tools available. There are different tools available for the bank. They will go to RBI, they will borrow from another bank, etc., etc. Right? So done. This is call money market. Next one is the commercial papers. Next one is commercial papers. What is this idea of a commercial paper? Commercial papers are issued by companies. Remember this. Commercial papers are issued by companies. Sir, why? Why companies will use these commercial papers? Let's start. Simple example, by the way. A company wants to borrow for only 3 months. They want to borrow for only 3 months. They want to borrow for 6 months. Can they use a bond here? Bonds are generally having a tenure of more than 1 year. Is it okay? Bonds generally have a tenure of more than 1 year. But in this case, the company wants a loan only for 3 months, only for 6 months. And there's a reason for it. I'll give a very simple example. Tell me, does it make sense to you or not? Imagine you will make a payment of, let's say, 2 lakh rupees to me after 3 months. We are a company. I'm also a company. You're also a company. You'll make a payment to me after 3 months, which means after 3 months, I'm sure I will have 2 lakh rupees. But until then, I need money to pay salaries. I need money to pay electricity bill. I need money to purchase raw material. Now, can I go for one instrument using which I'll be able to borrow for short duration? And that tool or that instrument that is used by the company is called as a commercial paper. That tool that is used by the company to borrow for a very short duration, it is called as a commercial paper. Done? So commercial paper as a concept was introduced in 1990. These are instruments which are issued with a tenure of up to 1 year. That's a key term. Please remember this. Up to 1 year. Because please understand, if I issue a commercial paper with a tenure of 10 years, it will become a bond. It will not remain a commercial paper. It will simply become a bond. So bonds are used by the companies to borrow for a longer duration, more than 1 year. If it is less than 1 year, companies have one more option, commercial papers. These are unsecured. Any difficulty? These are unsecured. Unsecured means what? No collateral, no security will be given by the company who is issuing it. The companies will need to have credit rating. All the companies, understand this, all the companies will not be allowed to issue the commercial papers. Why? Right? Are you sure all the companies will be in a position to repay after 3 months? Think of it. Don't you think some bogus companies can fool investors in the market? Right? There will be some people who will try to fool investors, and they will end up fooling. For example, if I'm issuing a commercial paper, right? Imagine this is a commercial paper. I'll say that I will give you 9% rate of interest. In the market, rate of interest is around 4%, 5%. I will show this paper to you and say, purchase it. I will give you 9%. Large number of you, without doing due diligence, without checking whether I'm a correct company, whether I have any marketing or not, whether I'm manufacturing or not, whether I've earned profit or incurred losses, most of you will jump and start purchasing the commercial paper. Why? You are worried more about returns. You are worried about 9%. That's the reason. That's the reason. What SEBI says is, the companies which will issue the commercial papers, they should have a credit rating. What is credit rating? Tomorrow we will discuss. Don't worry. Then who is allowed to invest in the commercial papers? Individuals, you and me, we can invest here. The banks are allowed to invest. Non-resident Indians are allowed to invest. Foreign investors, etc., are allowed to invest in the commercial papers. Done? So this is the second tool, commercial paper. But focus on the term 1 year. Focus on the term 1 year. These are generally having a tenure of up to 1 year. That is basically the idea of a commercial paper. Next, certificate of deposit. Next one is certificate of deposit. Right? What is this concept of a certificate of deposit? Financial institutions, right, such as scheduled commercial banks. Let's take a simple example, SBI. State Bank of India, SBI. These kind of financial institutions are allowed to issue certain instruments in the market called as certificate of deposit. Now, what is this concept of certificate of deposit? Let's start. Imagine your SBI. I will basically give you money and purchase a certificate of deposit. Point number one, it will have a maturity period of up to 1 year. By default, write it. It will have a maturity period of up to 1 year. Less than 1 year. It could be 6 months. It could be 9 months. It could be 3 months. Now, many of you will ask, sir, why? Why is the bank issuing these a certificate of deposit? The bank requests to borrow money only for shorter duration. The bank wants to borrow money from the market only for short duration. Let's say for 3 months or 6 months. So in such situation, the bank will issue these instruments. Investors will purchase these instruments. And please understand, next point is important here. If imagine I've purchased this certificate of deposit, if the tenure is 6 months, within 6 months, I cannot submit it back to the bank. Because I know many of you will start asking me, sir, the bank can also collect money through deposits. But what is this idea of a certificate of deposit? What is the advantage of it? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine example 1, you will keep a fixed deposit of 100 rupees for let's say 6 months. Example 2, you will purchase 100 rupee worth of certificate of deposit. Certificate of deposit which has a tenure of 6 months. Now, simple question to all of you. Can you withdraw your FD after 3 months? Can you close your FD and withdraw the money after 3 months? Possible or not? Some of you are saying no. My dear, then you do not even know the concept of fixed deposit. You do not even know the concept of fixed deposit. You are allowed. You are allowed. Right? This is a very simple idea. Right? And I'm actually surprised now. I'm actually surprised that you don't even know that premature closure is allowed in FD. Then it simply means, right, you need more market awareness. Right? Again, FD, UPSC will not ask. But at least in your home, you should know about this. Ask your parents about this. You keep an FD for 6 months. Can you close it after 1 month? Allowed. Perfectly allowed. It's not that you will have to keep this right for 6 months fixed. Absolutely no. There will be certain penalty, rate of interest will change, but the bank will allow it. But on the other hand, if you purchase a certificate of deposit which has a tenure of 6 months, you cannot give it back to the bank until 6 months is over. Bank will never give you back the money. Bank will never give you back that 100 rupee until unless 6 months is over. Now, some of you will simply say, but sir, what if I don't want to own this certificate of deposit after 3 months? After 1 month, after 2 months, or after 3 months, I don't want to keep this certificate of deposit. Bank will not accept it. So there is one more feature associated with this. These are transferable. These are tradable. That is, you can sell them to somebody else. Bank will not take it, but you can sell it to somebody else. That is basically the tradable or transferable feature. Right? Don't you think this is just similar to government securities? Let me know. Don't you think this is just similar to government securities? Can you find a similarity? That is, let's say, Government of India has issued a bond. This bond, your friend is back now. And some of you are asking, how? How is it similar? Understand, concept-wise I'm saying. Right, Government of India has issued this bond, 100 rupee, 8% for 5 years. Don't you think government will pay back your 100 rupee only after 5 years? Before that, you can sell it to anybody else in the market. You can sell it to anybody. And if government wants, they can purchase it, but only if government wants. I hope you understand. Only if government wants. You don't have the right to sell it to government. Only if government wants, even they also can come to you, they can purchase it. But that is the right of the government. It is not your right to sell it back to government until 5-year duration is over. Right? Don't you think even the certificate of deposit is similar? Of course, one is a bond, right? Higher maturity period. Second one is a smaller maturity period. But concept is similar. Their government of India issued a bond. Here bank is issuing a deposit. Government will decide what is the tenure. Bank will decide what is the tenure. That's a basic idea. Okay. Government bonds are tradable. These are also tradable. Okay. Right. So tradable or transferable. Minimum amount of investment is 5 lakh rupees. Individuals are allowed to invest here. Companies, etc. are allowed to invest. Right. This is one more tool called as the certificate of deposit. Certificate of deposit. Now again, please focus on the second point. Please focus on the second point. These are short term. These are short term. Done? Let's go to the next one. Commercial bills. Let's go to the next one. Commercial bills. Now, what is this idea of a commercial bill? Let's start with a very simple example. Imagine there are two companies. Imagine there are two, right, companies. Company 1 and company 2. Company 1 will sell raw materials. Will sell raw material to company 2. The value of the raw material, let's say 10 lakh rupees. Second important point. When the company 1 will sell the raw material to company 2, immediately, underline that term, immediately, right, they will not make the payment. This is how market works. Trust me when I say this. This is how market works. That is, company 2 will tell company 1, I want 60 days credit period. I want a credit period of 60 days. After 60 days, I will make a payment of rupees 10 lakh. After 60 days, I will give you your 10 lakh rupees back. Any problem with this? And trust me, this is how market operates. This is exactly how the market operates. For example, if I want to give you a mini idea of this, in your locality, there should be one provisional store, provisional mom and pop store. Just ask them, whenever they purchase let's say chips from a company, immediately they will not make a payment. They'll say, give me some time. After a certain number of days, I will make a payment. They will purchase, let's say, Coke bottles, Pepsi, right? Whatever it is. Immediately they will not make a payment. They'll say, please give me some time. I will make the payment after a certain number of days. That is how the whole system works. Now come to the point here. Now imagine you are company 2, you are the owner of company 2, I am the owner of company 1. I have sold raw material worth 10 lakh rupees to you. You said you will give the payment after 60 days. But then I will ask for a proof. I will simply ask, please give me a document which says that you will have to give me 10 lakh rupees. Now what you will do is, you will basically issue a document. Imagine this is a document. You will issue a document saying that you will give 10 lakh rupees after 60 days. And you will put your company seal, put your signature on the document and give it to me. Any difficulty? Please do let me know. Right? You said, let's take numbers so that you understand. 1st of June. Right? The sale happened on the 1st of June. So 60 days, assuming 30 plus 30, you will basically tell me, you will issue a piece of paper to me saying that you, that is company 2, will pay 10 lakh rupees, right? June, July, 1st of August. company 2 will make a payment of 10 lakh rupees to anybody who is the owner of this document on the 1st of August. This is called as a commercial bill. This is referred to as commercial bill. Done? Now, what is the use of this? What is basically the use of this? Imagine you told me that you will make a payment of 10 lakh rupees after 1st of August. After 1st of August. Right? But I want money in the month of July. Have a look at this. You have told me that you will make a payment on the 1st of August. I want money on 15th of July. Can I take the money 10 lakh rupees from you? Will you pay it to me? You'll simply say no. Is it okay? You'll simply say no. Come on 1st of August. So what I'll do now? I will take this bill, sell it to somebody else in the market, get the money. Does it make sense to you? I'll take the bill, sell it to somebody else in the market, get the money. Now imagine, right? Imagine there is my friend. I will go to him. I will sell the bill. Now he will take the bill from me and he will give the money, but he will charge a certain amount on me. Yes or no? He will collect a certain amount of charges from me because ultimately he is also there for earning profit. He has to make certain profit on the transaction. That is basically how the bills are used in the activity. Commercial bills, this is basically the idea. Right, so I'll have a look at this again. Please have a look at this. This is also known as a trade bill or a bill of exchange. These are drawn by one business, that is firm or a company, to another in lieu of credit transactions. That is one company which takes a credit loan, right? That will basically issue this document which is called as a commercial bill. These are short-term instruments generally issued for a period of 90 days. These are tradable and banks do provide credit on these kinds of documents. And when banks will provide loans on this, these are referred to as a discounting of the bills. That is a concept of discounting of bills. Done? So this is basically the tool which is used in the money market. One more tool called as a commercial bill. Any difficulty? Can I go forward? Is it only for 90 days? Generally, it is issued for 90 days, but it might vary. It might vary because please understand, in the market, generally the credit cycle is for 90 days. The credit cycle is for 90 days. That's the reason generally these are issued for 90 days. Okay. Can I go forward now? This is basically the concept of commercial bill. Now, let me introduce one current affairs topic to you. Right, that is basically the idea of a trade receivable e-discounting system. Trade receivable e-discounting system. Very famous now. This is called as a TREDS. This is referred to as TREDS. Trade receivable e-discounting system. Trade receivable e-discounting system is a new tool, or let's say a new portal that has been set up, a new system that has been set up by Reserve Bank of India, RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Now what happens under the TREDS system? Follow this very carefully. Here is a company 1, here is company 2. And specifically company 1, let's imagine it's a very, very small company. And company 2, imagine it is Government of India company, that is public sector enterprises. Point number 1, both company 1 and company 2 should be registered under the system. Is it okay? Point number 2, both company 1 and company 2 must be registered under the trade receivable e-discounting system. And there are many companies which are offering these services. For example, there's a very famous company called as M1 Exchange. M1 Exchange. Now, what is the system? Let me explain. Until now, the explanation that I gave you was, I will sell the raw material to you, and in the paper, you'll basically write that you will give me 10 lakh rupees and you'll put the signature. Until now, this is what we have discussed. Now, rather than issuing a piece of paper like this, Such issuance of the document will be done online. That is, it's a portal, it's a website. Is it okay? It's a portal, it's a website. So digitally, right, the receipts are generated, bills are generated. Company one will basically issue a bill, right? They will raise a bill, and company two says, yes, I will make the payment of this bill on 1st of right August. If it is as per the same example last that I've used, right? Let's say company two, that is a public sector enterprise, will agree, right? Will look at the document online and say yes, right? They will attest to the document and say online, everything is done online now, right? That the company two will have to make a payment of 10 lakh rupees. 10 lakh rupees on the 1st of August. Now, same example, let me continue. Same example, but only difference is everything is happening online. What is the beauty of this trade receivable e-discounting system? Everything is being done online. So company one, let's say in the 15th of July, on the 15th of July, they require this 10 lakh rupees, they want money. So what they will do is, there is one more participant in the system, registered participant, a financier. Sir, who can be a financier? NBFC. Best example for this is non-banking financial companies. Many of the non-banking financial companies operate as financiers within the trades system. Now, please have a look at this. Company one will basically sell this digital certificate, digital bill to the financier. Financier will make the payment to the company one, collect certain charges, and on the 1st of August, right, submit this bill to the company to collect 10 lakh rupees. Done? Right? Process is simple. Everything is done online. Company one will sell raw materials, raise a bill online. Company two will say, yes, this bill is correct. I have to make a payment. Attestation is done. 15th July, company one will take this bill online, sell it to a financier, such as a non-banking financial company. NBFC will make a payment of 10 lakh rupees. Of course, will charge a certain amount. And after the 1st of August, submit the bill to the C2 and collect 10 lakh rupees. This system is called as a trade receivable e-discounting system. Any difficulty in this? RBI, Government of India, they are forcing the public sector companies to come under the trade receivables e-discounting system. Right? Any difficulty? Shall I go to the next one? Why NBFC is involved there? My dear, somebody has to be a financier, right? Somebody has to be a financier. Somebody has to provide financing services. Okay? Why can't they do directly? What do you mean when you say why can't they do directly? Who are you referring to? There are three participants. Let me know, who are you referring to? Who will regulate this? RBI. RBI, I've already written this. It is a system which has been set up by Reserve Bank of India. Why two companies are involved? This question you should not ask, my dear. Why two companies are involved? Then what do you expect? Only one company. What do you expect? Only one company. Right? If there is only one company, what is the need for all of this? Okay. Sir, you have written 10 lakh crore. Okay. Don't worry about it. Done. So this is basically how trade system will work. Again, as far as I can see, most of it trying to find a loophole here and there. Sir, what if they don't give it? What if they run away? My dear, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Let me give a very simple example. Mr. Vijay Mallya is not there in India. But don't you think Vijay Mallya's assets are there in India? Let me know. Don't you think Mr. Vijay Mallya's assets are there in India? Sir, what if they run away? My dear, these kind of things only UPSC aspirant will think. Okay, done. So that is basically the concept of commercial bill. Right? Do not complicate it. Keep it simple. Do not complicate it. Okay, so that is basically the commercial bill. Those are the instruments which are used in the money market. Now, please look at, right, whatever is written in red. Please look at whatever is written in the red. And is it okay if I say whatever we have discussed under the money market, these instruments will have up to 1 year maturity? Let me know. These instruments will have up to 1 year maturity. And that's the reason now some of you are saying no. Listen to my statement. Repo, reverse repo, call money market, commercial papers, certificate of deposit, commercial bill. Any one of them has a maturity of more than 1 year. No, less than 1 year. That is money market for you. Let me go to the other side. Capital market. Capital market is divided into two parts. One is a debt market. Second one is equity market. One is a debt market. Second one is equity market. Now, what is the basic idea for debt and equity market? Let me explain. Let me explain this. Same example. Imagine you're a company. Okay. Imagine you're the owner of a company. Now, right, you want to purchase one more company. Simple. You want to purchase one more company, or you want to purchase an asset. You want to purchase a lot of machineries for whatever purpose, but investment, capital formation. That's very important. Investment. You require money. Now, there are two options available to you. One option is you can simply sell ownership of the company. You can simply sell ownership of the company, right? That is, let's say you started the company, you will sell half of the company to me, I will give you money. Of course, I don't have so much amount of money, but is the logic okay with all of you? You will sell, let's say 10%, 20%, or let's say 30% ownership in the company to me. I will become 30% owner now. I will give you money. The company will use it and make an investment. That is one option. Second option is you will not sell ownership. You will basically borrow for longer duration. You're not selling ownership. You're basically borrowing for longer duration. That is, you will issue bonds in the market and you will borrow for, let's say, 10 years. You'll borrow for 20 years. You'll borrow for 25 years, etc. Now, please tell me, in the example 2, will you lose ownership, any part of the ownership over the company? Let me know. In the example 2, I'm talking about example 2. Are you losing any amount of ownership in the company? No. But can I simply say you are coming under a debt? Yes? Can I simply say you are coming under debt? Debt means what? Liability. Hence, the bond market basically is an example of debt market. Right? Bond market is basically a part of debt market. Come to the other side, where you will sell ownership, 10%, 20%, 40%, whatever it is. That market is called as equity market. That is referred to as equity market. Shall I go to the next one? So debt market, equity market. In debt market, you will basically borrow and repay. In case of equity market, you are not borrowing, but you are selling ownership. The ownership automatically will start coming down. Right? That is equity and debt market. Let's start. Within the debt market, let me have a discussion regarding some types of bonds. Very important. Understand this very carefully. Some types of bonds. First and foremost, bonds are debt instruments. Any problem with this? Bonds are nothing but debt instruments. Point number 2. Point number 2, bonds, right, generally have a maturity period of more than 1 year. Point number 3, bonds can be purchased, bonds can be sold, bonds are tradable in the market. Point number 4, bonds can be issued by the government, bonds can be issued by the private sector as well. These are certain basic points regarding bonds. And one more point, whenever you talk about the bond, rather than using the term rate of interest, we will use the term coupon rate. We'll simply use the term coupon rate. Now, what are the types of bonds? Understand, one by one we'll go. First one is called as a convertible bond. First one is convertible bond. Now, what do you mean by convertible bond? I'll give you an example. Please tell me whether this is convertible or not. I will issue this bond to you. I'll issue this bond to you. And I'll say after 3 years, you can convert this bond into share. I'll repeat it. I will issue this bond to you. And after 3 years, rather than repaying 100 rupees to you, you can convert this bond into share. That is, instead of owning one bond, now you'll become one shareholder. Can I call this bond as convertible bond? Let me know. Very basic idea. Can I call this as convertible bonds or not? Of course, yes. Point number 2. Right. Second one, non-convertible. I will issue this bond. The time period is 3 years. After maturity, I will repay your 100 rupees and I'll also give you interest. I'll also give you interest after 3 years. Now, is it convertible? Think of it. Is it convertible? No. Can I call it as a non-convertible bond? Can I call it as a non-convertible bond? Let me know. And again, don't get into calculation. I can see. Sir, but in case of convertible, share prices will change, interest will change. My dear, do you think the calculation will be so easy? You think calculation is so easy? Because you have taken 100 rupee or not repaying 100 rupee for 3 years, you also earn certain interest by investing it. That's a reason. Don't get into all of it. Convertible, non-convertible. That's a concept. Simply understand the concept. Next, this is a very, very important concept. Zero coupon bond. Zero coupon bond. Now, point number 1. What do you mean by the term coupon? Tell me. Point number 1. What do you mean by the term coupon? Coupon is nothing but interest rate. All of you agree? Coupon is nothing but interest rate. Now, can everybody see the bond that I'm holding here? Can everybody see the bond that I'm holding? What is the coupon? What is the coupon rate here? 8%. Coupon rate is 8%. Now, I'll just fold one part of it. Please have a look at it now. Is the coupon rate visible to all of you? Is the coupon rate visible? No. Now understand, this is important. Focus now. The value of the bond. What is the value of the bond? 100 rupee. I will sell the bond to you. You will not give me 100. You will give me 90 rupees. Step number 1. What is value of the bond? What is the face value? Face value means what is written on the bond? 100 rupee. I will sell it to you. I will not collect it. I will not collect 100. I will collect 90 rupees from you. Now, can I say I have sold the bond at a discount? Let me know. I have sold the bond at a discount. Any problem? Discount means lesser price. I've sold this bond at a discount, lesser price. But let's say maturity period is over. 1 year, 2 year, don't worry. Maturity period is over. After maturity period is over, I will simply give you whatever is the face value of the bond. I'll repeat it. After maturity period is over, whatever is the face value of the bond, I will give it to you. So for you, your investment was how much? Your investment was 90. And after maturity period, how much will you get? 100 rupees. After maturity period, you will get 100 rupees. You are making earning of 10 rupee. But please go back to the basics of bond. Please look at the basics of the bond. Coupon is calculated on what? The coupon amount is calculated on what? Face value. Done. Coupon is calculated on the face value. Am I giving you any coupon here? Let me know. Am I giving you any coupon? I'm not giving any coupon to you. Value of the bond is 100. I'm simply giving 100. Can I call this bond as zero coupon bond? Now think of it. Can I call this bond as a zero coupon bond? Again, don't be confused. It's a technicality. You are earning interest. You're not, it's not that you're losing money. No. You're investing 90, you're getting 100. Your investment is 90, you're getting 100. But the coupon is calculated on the face value. Am I calculating any coupon? I'm not calculating any coupon. Hence, this is called as a zero coupon bond. Right? Hence, this is referred to as zero coupon bond. Now, the term zero coupon is very often used in different contexts. Don't get confused. The term zero coupon is used very often in different contexts. Don't just basically make a rule saying that zero coupon has to be always a bond. No, my dear. Can I give you an example? Think of it. Think of it. Can I give you an example? A treasury bill. A treasury bill whose price is 100 rupee. Whose price is 100 rupee. A treasury bill will be issued to you for 91 days. After 91 days, will be issued to you for 91 days at 90 rupees. After 91 days, government will give you 100 rupee and you will return the treasury bill to the government. Can I call this a treasury bill as a zero coupon instrument? Let me know. Can I call this a treasury bill as a zero coupon instrument? Zero coupon means what? On the face value, nothing is calculated. Simply remember that. On the face value, interest is not calculated. So government has issued a treasury bill to you at 90 rupee. Face value is 100. After 91 days, government will give you 100 rupee. That is also a concept of a zero coupon only. Right? So remember, always remember this. This was asked in fact by UPSC in the prelims. Right? Whenever you talk about money market instruments, most of these money market instruments follow the concept of zero coupon. I repeat, most of these money market instruments follow zero coupon concept. Zero coupon simply means what? Whatever is the face value, you will not be buying at a face value less than face value. And upon maturity, face value is given to the investor. That is the concept of zero coupon. Accounting is very easy. Some of you are asking why government will issue. There are two aspects. Accounting for the government becomes very easy because the coupon amounts are very, very odd. Very, very odd numbers. 5.32%. In that case, 105.32 rupees very, very difficult to sell or very difficult to repay. There is always a demand in the market for zero coupon bonds, right? Zero coupon instruments, and there's also suppliers of zero coupon instruments in the market. This is basically the idea of a zero coupon bond. Right? Done. Are issued at a discount, that is lower than face value, and upon maturity, the face value is paid by the issuer. That is, upon redemption, whatever is the face value, that face value will be given to the investor. It can be used by both government as well as private sector. And there's a demand, by the way. Some of you might think, no, sir, there is nobody is going to invest in this. Let me ask you a very simple question. If you are an income earning person, after your retirement, let's say after 35 years, would you want to get a fixed amount of returns or not? Let me know. Right? If you are a person who is thinking long term, let's say after 35 years, so today I will invest something, but after I retire, I want 60 lakh rupees. If this is your agenda, don't you think zero coupon bonds are made for you? Let me know. If your plan is, let's say, sir, after 5 years or after 2 years, I want to have, let's say, 10 lakh rupees because I want to go on a world tour. If you purchase a zero coupon bond where face value is 10 lakh rupees, is it not a bond made for your investment? So that is the reason. That's the reason there is a demand. There is a demand for these kinds of instruments as well in the market. Okay, done. Right, so we'll stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow we'll continue. Tomorrow we'll continue the discussion. Now, if there are any questions, please do let me know so that we can solve the questions and take a break after that. Can bank become financiers here? Yes, banks many of the times provide financing. So, will there be any notary expenses? Generally, yes. Any notary expenses will have to be borne by the issuer. Are commercial papers tradable? Yes, commercial papers also tradable. How to sell commercial bill like a bond? Generally, for that there is an online website. There are certain markets where you can transfer these kinds of instruments. COD provides any coupon rates? Like I've already told you, generally the money market instruments such as a certificate of deposit, right? These are generally issued in the form of zero coupon only. Okay, done. Who are regulatory authorities in financial market? In money market, it is generally RBI. In capital market, it is SEBI. How value of the bond will be decided before maturity period, right? If you're talking about the bond, it is basically the one is a face value of the bond, right? Again, this is what is surprising to me. Did we not discuss what is the face value of the bond? Did I not give you three pictures of bond, right? And take mark like this and write a face value here, etc. This is where you're supposed to revise, and we have discussed all of it. Please have a look at it, right? It is there in the banking chapter, by the way. It is there in the banking chapter. Please check it. The market price will keep on varying. Market price will keep on changing. Okay. This PPT, is it sufficient or read any book beyond it? I believe this is at least the 20th time I'm going to answer this. Always have one static source along with current affairs. Have one static source, one book along with the current affairs. Okay. Anything else? Commercial paper. Commercial paper. Commercial papers are issued by companies. These are issued by the companies, and by issuing this, they will borrow for very short duration. Very short duration, 3 months, 6 months, etc. These can be traded, these can be transferred in the market. Okay, that is basically the concept of commercial papers. Convertible and non-convertible. Convertible means a bond can be converted into another form of security. That is, let's say, share. These are called as convertible. Can you understand even the meaning of the term convertible? It's an English term. Convertible means from one form to another form. A bond is there, bond will be converted into share, convertible bond. A bond is issued 5 years, and after 5 years, right, the bond will be repaid. That is, the liability will be repaid. Non-convertible. It's very simple, right? The English terms are used there. The convertible as well as non-convertible. What is the utility of zero coupon bonds? Generally, in the market, there are certain investors who prefer having fixed fixed value of returns after certain time period. That is, for example, I'll give a very simple example. Imagine this is a zero coupon bond. Is it not guaranteed that if you purchase this bond, after maturity period, you will get 100 rupees? Let me know. Simple idea. Is it not guaranteed that if you purchase this zero coupon bond, after maturity period is over, you will get 100 rupees? So what if you're an investor in the market who wants a fixed amount of money after time period? 5 years, 10 years, 1 year, as per your requirement. So obviously you will choose these kinds of instruments in the market. Okay. Done. Right. So let me stop the discussion here. Right. We'll continue tomorrow. Let me stop the discussion here. Tomorrow we'll start from the concept of other forms of bond, the current affairs concept, right? Many of you must have come across masala bond, right? Many of you would have come across the idea of a green bond, etc., etc. We'll have a look at all these concepts, current affairs concepts, right, in tomorrow's class. Okay, so we'll stop the discussion today here. We'll continue from the idea of index bonds tomorrow. Take care. See you. Good night.